Welcome to this calm and immersive journey through the history of England. In this third chapter of our documentary, we focus on the House of Lancaster. As the story of England unfolds, the peaceful moments of its history blend with the challenges faced by its kings, Henry IV, Henry V, and Henry VI. Henry IV's rise to power, the victories of Henry V, and the struggles of Henry VI during the Wars of the Roses were filled with turmoil and change. Yet, in the midst of all this, there were moments of rest, reflection, and even the weight of the crown being felt as the kings carried out their duties. Let the soft unfolding of history ease you into a peaceful mindset as we explore the gentle rhythms of royal life amidst the challenges of their reign. Let these events carry you into a restful state as we move through time, unfolding the quiet moments in between the battles and decisions that shaped England. The man known to history as both Henry Bolingbroke and King Henry IV of England was born on April 15, 1367, at Bolingbroke Castle, Lincolnshire. His father, John of Gaunt, Duke of Lancaster, was born on March 6, 1340, in Ghent, Belgium. John was the third son of King Edward III and his wife, Philippa of Hainault. Henry's mother was Blanche of Lancaster, daughter of Henry of Grosmont, the first Duke of Lancaster, and Isabel of Beaumont. She was born in 1345 at Bolingbroke Castle. John and Blanche were third cousins, both descended from King Henry III. They married in 1359 at Reading Abbey when Blanche was only 14, and John 19. They had 7 children, but only 3 survived to adulthood: Philippa 1360, Elizabeth 1364, and Henry 1367. John grew up overshadowed by his older brother, Edward the Black Prince, the heir to the throne. Despite both John and Edward serving in key battles, John's efforts did not meet his father's expectations. However, fate would change things for John. Edward fell ill with a mysterious wasting disease in 1376 and died before he could become king. Edward's only son, Richard, was crowned at the age of 10, and John, as the young king's uncle, took on the role of guardian and peacemaker. John's most significant achievement during this time was keeping his son, Henry, safe amidst the turbulent reign of Richard II. Henry Bolingbroke's birth marked the beginning of a new chapter in English history, a time of great turbulence and transformation. Born into a world ravaged by the 100 Years' War, a conflict that had already been raging between England and France for over 3 decades, his early years would be shaped by the ongoing struggles between monarchs and the people. This period, while tumultuous, also marked the slow but steady birth of what would become the modern English state. The 100 Years' War, which began in 1337 and ended in 1453, was not just a military struggle, it was also an ideological battle between 2 nations fighting for supremacy in Europe. England, under King Edward III, initially held an upper hand, but as the years dragged on, the war's devastating consequences took a heavy toll on both kingdoms. England, in particular, faced a series of monarchs whose reigns were characterized by internal strife, political instability, and conflict with both foreign powers and their own people. When Henry was born in 1367, his father, John of Gaunt, had not yet ascended to the pivotal role he would later play in English politics. John's life had been overshadowed by his older brother, Edward the Black Prince, whose military prowess earned him the admiration of the nation. Edward's death in 1376, however, radically shifted the balance of power. With Edward's passing and the subsequent death of King Edward III in 1377, John of Gaunt's influence began to grow. His nephew, Richard II, ascended to the throne at the age of 10, and John's role as a stabilizing force for the young king became more crucial. Yet, John's influence over Richard would not remain unchallenged. Richard II's reign was marked by significant conflict with the nobility, particularly as he began to assert his power as a young, often unpredictable king. By the time Henry Bolingbroke came of age, England was already experiencing the growing pains of a young monarchy struggling to maintain control. The young king's autocratic tendencies, his disregard for traditional practices, and his reliance on advisors who were seen as ineffective only deepened the rifts within the English court. This growing tension would come to a head during the Peasants' Revolt of 1381, a pivotal moment in England's history that saw the common people rise up against the ruling class in response to crippling taxes and the abuses of power that had characterized the monarchy's administration. The revolt, while ultimately crushed, signaled a dramatic shift in the relationship between the monarchy and the people. The demands of the rebels, who called for political reform, greater rights for the lower classes, and a break from oppressive taxation, were dismissed by Richard II and his advisors. But the seeds of change had been planted. As the years passed, it became increasingly clear that the monarch's power would need to evolve in order to address the concerns of the populace. This would lead to the gradual rise of Parliament as an institution that could both advise and, at times, challenge the authority of the king. John of Gaunt, during this period, managed to maintain his position of power, but his role as a stabilizer was becoming increasingly difficult. In the midst of the unrest and growing dissatisfaction with the monarchy, the question of succession and the rightful heir to the throne loomed large. John's son, Henry Bolingbroke, would find himself drawn into the complex political landscape of the late 14th century, a time when the crown itself seemed perpetually under threat from both external and internal forces. By the time Henry came into adulthood, the political climate was fraught with uncertainty. The 100 Years' War was still ongoing, with no clear resolution in sight, but England's struggles were not limited to foreign conflicts. The nation's internal politics were just as volatile. The young Richard II's reign had seen multiple rebellions and growing dissatisfaction with his rule. His extravagant lifestyle and the growing influence of his advisors had alienated many of the English nobility, including John of Gaunt. In 1399, Henry Bolingbroke, who had been exiled by Richard for allegedly conspiring against him, returned to England with an army at his back, determined to reclaim his birthright. Henry's return was not just a personal ambition, but a reflection of the broader political dissatisfaction that plagued Richard II's reign. As he landed in England, Henry gathered support from key figures in the nobility who were disillusioned with Richard's rule. Bolingbroke's challenge to Richard was not just a family matter, it was an expression of the broader tensions between the crown and the nobility. Richard's deposition, in the face of Henry's growing support, represented a turning point in English history. Upon Richard II's abdication, Henry Bolingbroke ascended to the throne as Henry IV, the first king of the House of Lancaster. His reign, beginning in 1399, was defined by a series of challenges, both internal and external, that would shape the course of English history for the next century. Henry IV was faced with the immediate task of consolidating his power, ensuring that his claim to the throne was recognized both in England and abroad. His reign also marked a critical period in the development of English governance, as Parliament continued to assert its power, and the relationship between the crown and the people was redefined. During Henry IV's reign, England was not just grappling with the consequences of the 100 Years' War, but also facing internal divisions that threatened the stability of the realm. The nobility, while largely supportive of Henry's rise to power, remained divided. Some were loyal to the new king, while others, still loyal to Richard II or seeking power for themselves, posed significant challenges. Henry was forced to deal with these internal threats while also managing the ongoing conflict with France, which continued to drag on the nation's resources. Despite these challenges, Henry IV's reign was significant in that it marked the beginning of a new era for England. His successful navigation of the political landscape, combined with his ability to work with Parliament, allowed him to strengthen the monarchy in ways that had been impossible under Richard II. Yet, his reign was far from secure. Rebellions continued to plague the kingdom, and the shadow of the wars with France hung heavily over the English court. As Henry IV's reign progressed, the political landscape of England began to shift. Henry, as a monarch who had risen to power through force, understood the importance of maintaining control over the nobility and ensuring that his position was secure. This meant navigating the delicate balance between royal prerogative and the growing power of Parliament. For Henry, the solution was often compromise. By working with Parliament, he was able to stabilize the kingdom, even as his rule was constantly tested by internal unrest and external threats. From an early age, he heard stories about not only his beautiful, charming mother, but also the chivalric exploits of his great-grandfathers, grandfathers, uncles, and other relatives. He played with children of noble families who would grow up to be key political players during his lifetime, including his cousins John and Thomas Mowbray, Henry Percy, who was also known as Hotspur, Thomas and Ralph Percy, and Richard and Thomas Arundel. Henry rarely saw his father until 1371, when he returned with his new bride, Constanza of Castile. Henry was transferred to her household until 1374, when his father felt it was time for him to begin his formal education. John appointed Henry Burton as his son's governor. Burton served as Henry's martial teacher to prepare him to take up the chivalric mantle of his ancestors. John also assigned chaplain Hugh Hurl as Henry's academic tutor and religious guide. Henry learned quickly and became proficient in reading and writing not only Latin but also English and French. He developed a love of music, books, and learning. True to his familial heritage, he excelled at the martial arts. Henry's life was relatively idyllic and secure until the succession crisis hit around 1376, as the Black Prince neared death. The question became, who should succeed Edward III, since his heir apparent was about to die, and his only son was just a minor. Should the inheritance run through each child's line, meaning that the throne could be inherited through the female line, or should it only pass through the male line? And should a minor inherit the throne? It was determined that young Richard would inherit. Parliament then voted John, the eldest in the male line, as King's lieutenant to hold the Parliament. The Black Prince made his father and John promise to support his son's right to the throne. John, a man who believed in duty, promised and never reneged on it, even when his nephew tried to harm him and his family years later. Once the Black Prince had died, John was able to convince his father to keep the line of inheritance through the male line only, effectively removing the descendants of his brother Lionel's daughter, Philippa, the Mortimers, from the inheritance. However, this ruling was not made public, causing problems years later. Henry, along with some of his playmates, entered Richard's court in 1376. It must have been strange for Richard to be thrown into a group of children who had known each other. For years, he had led a lonely, sheltered life and must have felt awkward in his new surroundings and role. He also had not been trained in the knightly ways like the other boys, leading to feelings of jealousy and alienation. On the 23rd of April, 1377, Richard, Henry, and 10 other young men received an honor created by Edward III. They were knighted and nominated into the Knights of the Garter. 2 months later, King Edward III of England was dead. Richard was born on the 5th of January 1367 in Bordeaux, France. He was just 3 months older than Henry and only 10 when he ascended to the throne. Like all coronations, it was a magnificent affair filled with pageantry. Henry participated by having the honor to hold the curtana, a blunt-tipped sword of mercy once wielded by St. Edward the Confessor. Richard relied heavily on his counselors during those early years of his kingship. However, in 1380, Parliament chose to put an end to their corrupting influence. Even so, they had not acted swiftly enough as anger swelled among the populace over the ever-increasing tax burden. What became known as the Peasants' Revolt began in May 1381 in Kent and Essex. As the rebel numbers swelled, they moved towards London. Their goal was to destroy the king's hated advisors and other lords of the realm, including John of Gaunt and Simon Sudbury, Archbishop of Canterbury. Henry and his guardians, along with Richard and his government, moved to the protection of the Tower of London. John of Gaunt was in the north fighting the Scots. The rabble moved through London, destroying John's great palace called the Savoy, and left a path of destruction in their wake as they moved towards the Tower of London. On the 13th of June, Richard headed out of the tower with his entourage to negotiate with the rebels. Although he claimed sympathy for their plight, he could not offer them what they wanted, but instead encouraged them to take justice for themselves. Next morning, Richard made his way out of the tower, leaving those who remained to their fate, including Henry, as the rabble stormed the fortress. Many key governmental officers were killed during the foray, including the Archbishop of Canterbury. If it had not been for a knight by the name of John Ferrer, who spoke up for the young nobleman, Henry's head would have wound up on a spike. It can be said that in many respects, This was the defining moment in the relationship between Richard and Henry. Richard believed he had proven himself kingly by his actions and could rule as he willed. Henry learned he could never trust his cousin because he had been willing to let others die while he fled to safety. By early 1381, John had taken control of Henry's education and began to groom his young son to be a prince of the realm. John first ensured he had a suitable marriage. His bride was Mary Bohun, only 11 years old. She came from an important family whose lands had been under the care of John's younger brother, Thomas of Woodstock, also known as the Duke of Gloucester. While Gloucester wanted to send Mary to a nunnery to gain these lands for himself, John determined it would be better for his son Henry to benefit from them instead. Mary and Henry were married on the 5th of February 1381 at Rochford Hall in Essex. She remained with her mother for another 4 years, after which Henry and she began to live together. It was a good match, some would say a love match, for they both shared a fondness for fine books and music. She gave birth to 6 children in 8 years, and Henry did not seem to look for love elsewhere during this marriage. She died in Peterborough Castle in 1394, giving birth to their last daughter, Philippa. She was buried at the Church of St. Mary de Castro in Leicester. Her death hit Henry hard, and it would take him several years to remarry. John also taught Henry how to behave like a prince, including the importance of loyal behavior to his sovereign. Even in adversity, how to dress as a prince, how to show charity to the poor, and how to honor God and the church. Henry grew to be a man of reason, a lover of order and logic. One chronicler, Capgrave, described him as a man who had a tenacious memory and enjoyed a good debate over issues of morality. In January 1382, Henry participated in the jousting tournament at Smithfield to celebrate the coronation of Richard's new queen, Anne of Bohemia. Henry was one of the youngest participants at only 14. He not only dressed himself in style, but he also proved himself one of the best fighters in the land. This only heightened Richard's jealousy of his cousin. As a result of the peasants' revolt and the teachings of his tutor, Sir Simon Burley, Richard believed a good king must demonstrate absolute control over his realm. He began to see King Edward II as his preferred model for how to rule, not his grandfather Edward III. His first act was to surround himself with his favorite courtiers who would tell him what he wanted to hear. Next, he began to break the power of people like his Uncle John by acting in ways contrary to customary practice. For example, when the Earl of March, Edmund Mortimer, husband to the daughter of Lionel, Duke of Clarence, died in 1381. Rather than hold the properties in trust for the heirs, he proceeded to distribute the lands to his favorites. When one minister protested, he was removed from office, a highly irregular move that shocked the court. Richard was clever and had a supple mind that could run rings around those who tried to argue with him. Therein lay the danger. Henry saw what was happening around him as opposition to Richard's rule of favourites grew. At the 1383 Parliament, those in attendance told Richard he had poor advisers and he must remove them. Richard would have none of it, and began to see any opposition as a slight. Henry watched his father navigate these troubled waters because, although John sympathised with Richard's opponents, he had to uphold his promise to his brother to help his nephew. John also had a second consideration: to protect his only son and his inheritance. He tried to keep his son out of much of the controversy for now, and he indeed had reason to be concerned. For example, a friar named John Latimer told Richard that John was planning to assassinate him, and when John found out, he ran to the king to declare his innocence. In response, Richard had the friar arrested, tortured, and killed. Mutterings of frustration grew to the point that many in the realm began to question Richard's fitness to be king. This made things even more difficult for John, who continued to try to appease the king and to retain his favour. By the end of 1384, things had become so bad in England, with the Scots rebelling in the north and war looming in France, that tensions had reached a boiling point. Henry watched as his family came increasingly under attack. For example, John announced that he would lead a force into France, but this was against the wishes of the king. John was then blamed for the situation because of the failings of the peace treaty that he had helped negotiate. Publicly rebuked, John and his 2 brothers stormed out. Insulted, Richard plotted to assassinate John. But the Duke of Lancaster was warned in time and managed to escape harm. 10 days later, he marched into the hall where Richard was sitting and presented a blistering critique of Richard and his government, declaring that he could no longer serve such a king. Richard's mother broke into tears and pleaded with Richard to make amends with his uncle. He did so a few days later, but John never trusted Richard again. Everyone attending the Parliament of 1385 knew it was going to be an intense session. The Lords presented their complaints to the king in 13 clauses that could be summed up. As Richard must seek advice from his council and follow it, he must obey the law. He could no longer dispense lands and grants without advice, and pardons could not be granted wantonly, as he had done previously. After much debate, it was decided that all financial decisions would be made under a commission of 4 to monitor distribution, which Richard weakened through parliamentary manoeuvres and then distributed lands and titles to his favourites anyway. This angered those in attendance. Ignoring their howls of protest, Richard reached out to John, giving him permission to leave England to pursue his rights to Castile via his marriage to Constanza. During his preparations, John prepared his son to step into his shoes to manage the interests of the Lancaster family in his absence. On the 9th of July, 1386, Henry said goodbye to his father. Henry soon found himself faced with the challenges his father had managed until now. Most importantly, navigating Richard and his whims. He rightly chose initially to stay away from court, and instead headed home in time to see his first son, Henry, born on the 16th of September, 1386. Even so, events pointed him in the direction of Westminster. The French threatened to invade England, but when the king announced at Parliament in October that he would lead an army to France, it refused to grant him the right of taxation, explaining that he had failed to heed their advice and refused to act in accordance with their directives. Furious, Richard stormed out of the chamber while those in attendance remained with the Duke of Gloucester leading the opposition. The gathering began to determine the best course of action and decided it was time to propose the deposition of the king. Gloucester and Thomas Arundel, the Bishop of Ely, were chosen to report this decision to the king. When told, Richard rebuffed this report by saying that he would rather seek the aid of his cousin in France against his enemies than cave to Parliament. For Gloucester, these were fighting words. Over the next few days, Parliament pored over legal documents to see how Edward II had been deposed. It had become clear to everyone that Richard was unfit to rule. When told to return to Parliament, Richard agreed, but he had planned a trap. He pointed out that the most likely candidate to succeed him was in Spain, and there was no guarantee he was coming back, and the primary alternative was still a child. Is that what the Parliament wanted? A child king? This revelation stymied the Assembly, for it implied that Roger Mortimer, a child, had been declared Richard's true heir. For Henry, it proved earth-shattering. After this shock, Richard then agreed to a commission of 14 to manage his government for 1 year. Henry was not selected for this committee and returned home confused and angry, but he did not express, yet. He had learned from his father's example to keep his true feelings secret. Richard chose to play along with the decision, knowing that the committee's rule would be over in a year or less if he could find a way to disable it. In August 1387, Richard asked a group of judges to investigate if the actions of Parliament were legal. He wanted them to provide the answers that he desired, and those judges who refused to do so faced threats of death. So accordingly, they affixed their seal. Richard then presented this document declaring that Parliament only had an advisory role and could grant permission for taxation, but could not order the king to do anything. Richard went so far as to revoke Edward III's statute of treason from 1352. Unease filled the realm as the end of the Commission of 14 approached. Richard then ordered the arrest of the Duke of Gloucester and other lords of the realm, only to find that they had armed themselves against him. Even Thomas Mortimer, guardian of Roger Mortimer and Richard's preferred heir to the throne, took up arms. Richard had miscalculated badly, and England was now on the verge of civil war. In November, Richard sent representatives to determine what the Lords wanted, and the Lords made it clear that Richard's 5 closest advisors must be tried for treason. On the 17th of November, the Lords rode in full armour to Westminster with 300 soldiers at the ready. where Richard sat on his elevated throne and listened. In the end, he agreed to a trial of these 5 men to be held on the 3rd of February, 1388. Although Henry supported this cause for obvious reasons, he did not play an active role until he rode up to Westminster to meet with the king on the 17th of November. He had hesitated because he likely wanted permission from his father before fully participating, but once he had gained that permission, he played an active role. Having heard that a trial was coming, many of Richard's supporters deserted him. It was decided not to depose Richard because the messy question of the succession would come up again. Instead, they determined to destroy the resolve of Richard and his supporters by rounding them up and punishing them with a traitor's death. Their biggest threat came from Robert de Vere, the 9th Earl of Oxford, who had raised an army, and Henry was assigned to go after him. Through clever, swift action, the opposition forces managed to channel de Vere into a place where he could be captured. Henry and his men left the main group to circle around, trapping de Vere at Radcot Bridge near Oxford on the 19th of December. Realizing he had lost, de Vere slipped away and fled to Europe while his troops surrendered to Henry and his men. A week later, the opposition entered London, ready for war. A delegation with Henry, his uncle the Duke of Gloucester, along with the Earls Arundel, Warwick and Nottingham, met Richard in the Tower of London to negotiate. Although they did discuss deposition, it proved a messy topic, and the group chose to keep the status quo with only one change: that the ruling of Edward III regarding inheritance through the male line must remain in place. Richard had been muzzled, for now, but the worst was yet to come. In February, the Lords Appellant, as the opposition was called, tried the traitors and sentenced most of them to death, even in absentia. What made this event most horrific was the fact that it was not the rule of law that ran this court of judgment, but military power and revenge, and so it would come to be known as the Merciless Parliament for this reason. When Parliament met, again in September, it had become clear to everyone that the Lords Appellant could not rule any better than the king, as they focused on their own needs, and not those of the realm. By the following year, Richard had taken much of the government back. When the Royal Council meeting was called for the 3rd of May 1389, Henry, following his father's example of duty, was the only one of the appellants to attend. Richard removed all of the officers appointed by the appellants, and the inheritance issue remained unsettled, with the only accomplishment being that the Duke of Gloucester had not seized the throne, and Roger Mortimer was not the official heir. Henry left the meeting feeling dismayed, but his father would return to England in November 1389. Although battered, Henry had held his own while his father was away. Richard, surprisingly, welcomed John back with open arms, and even extended the Lancastrian Palatinate Duchy to John's heirs. When a chance came for Henry to demonstrate his military prowess overseas, he was granted permission to attend the jousting festival at St. Inglevert in France in March 1390. He would be up against the best fighters from all of Europe. These were no ordinary encounters because these were jousts of war, meaning the tips would not be blunted but sharpened so they could kill. Henry left England with many of his fellow nobles. He travelled into a different world where he met young men like himself who loved to celebrate life. He not only made lifelong friends, but also proved to Europe that he was one of the best fighters around. It was here he learned about going on crusades. It is important to point out here that the crusades to the Holy Land had ended, but there still remained efforts to convert the infidel in places such as Tunis and Eastern Europe. He returned to England in May. He immediately set about planning his trip to the Tunis crusades. Unfortunately, the King of France refused to grant his group permission to pass through his kingdom. Not wanting to put all of the preparation to waste, Henry chose instead to head east to Lithuania to assist the Knights of the Teutonic Order in their efforts to convert the Baltic pagans. He arrived in Poland on the 8th of August and made his way east to meet with the Teutonic forces. While there, Henry played a critical role in a skirmish on the River Wilia. He then assisted with the taking of the city of Vilnius, where he was able to place the banner of St. George on the parapet of the city, bringing glory to his English cohorts. He stayed and feasted at Königsberg through the winter. He returned to England in late March, having matured as a prince of the realm and having proven his skill as a warrior to all of Europe. When he attended Parliament in November 1391, tensions had not improved much since he had left over a year before. In fact, a third faction had formed around the Mortimer children because it had become clear that Richard had yet to produce an heir. More disturbing still were Richard's machinations to increase his power and his use of the division. Among the appellants to further weaken them, controversy swirled on several fronts, from conflicts with the London merchants to a treaty with France, to the usual squabbles over inheritance and governmental power. So, when Henry received letters of protection on the 27th of June, 1392, to travel east again, Henry leapt at the chance to get out of England. However, when he arrived, it turned out that the Crusades in Lithuania had ended. He remained in Danzig for a few weeks to decide his next move, which was to go on pilgrimage to the Holy Land, as he wanted to visit Jerusalem. He used not only the fame of his grandfathers, but also his connections through marriages to smooth his way as he travelled south to Italy. He journeyed through Hammerstein, Frankfurt an der Oder, Neisse, Görlitz, Prague, Vienna, Klagenfurt, Villach, Treviso, and Venice. Along the way, he met heads of state, including King Wenceslas of Bohemia and King Sigismund of Hungary. At each stop, he took time to tour important sites, especially churches and cathedrals. He even received funding for his trip to Jerusalem from the Senate of the Venetian Republic. In December 1392, he set sail for Jerusalem. Arriving in Jaffa was an emotional experience for Henry, for he was now not only walking in the footsteps of his crusading ancestors, but also that of Christ. He embarked on the pilgrim's path to the holy city of Jerusalem. Once in the city, he toured the holy sites. He had done something that few English royals had ever done, even Richard the Lionheart, who never actually entered the city of Jerusalem. He returned to Venice in March 1393, then crossed to Milan. From there, he made his way through France, charming the French court by telling them of his adventures. He arrived back in England on the 30th of June, 1393. Rather than being greeted warmly, Richard's supporters wanted to kill him, his father and his uncle, the Duke of Gloucester, because of rumours saying they were plotting to kill the king. When he was called to attend Parliament set for January 1394, he went reluctantly. After his father discovered he must go to Gascony to defend English rights there, he asked Richard to recognise Henry as the keeper of the realm in his stead, as the heir apparent to Richard. The Mortimers protested, and the whole thing blew up. Next came the dispute over funding for John's travels. Henry left Parliament, having seen the Lancastrians completely disparaged in public. Then Richard provided the ultimate insult. With John, away to defend English rights in Gascony, Richard named Edmund, Duke of York, as the keeper of the realm, a public rebuke to the Lancastrians. Henry followed his father's example and put on a public face of support for his king, which he continued through the Parliament of January 1395 and the council meeting in July. The most significant thing that happened during that year was John Wycliffe pinning the 12 conclusions of the Lollards to the door at Westminster Abbey. Otherwise, the usual squabbles continued, and Henry did his best to protect his family's interests. John returned disappointed about the results in Gascony. He felt sick and concerned about the challenges facing his family. Henry wanted to leave England, and when an opportunity arose to serve in a war in Friesland, he began preparations only, to be stopped by his father. In October 1396, both John and Henry attended the wedding celebration in Calais of Richard to his new wife after the death of Anna. She was the French king's daughter, Isabella, and it was a splendid affair. Upon their return, Richard felt emboldened to begin attacking his enemies, especially the former Lord's appellant, which included Henry. To make matters worse, in February 1397, Richard made his cousin Edmund, Earl of Rutland, his brother, effectively announcing that the heir to the throne would pass through the York clan, and not the Mortimer or the Lancaster families. Then came the rise of the counter-appellants, who systematically began to destroy the Lord's appellant and their supporters. Henry had a choice: remain loyal to them or to the king. He chose to condemn his former conspirators to protect himself. Richard did not openly attack Henry or his friend Thomas de Mowbray, the 3rd Earl of Norfolk. Instead, he used psychological tactics. When it was announced that the Duke of Gloucester had been murdered, Henry felt real fear, but Richard was not done with him yet. At the September 1397 Parliament, Richard declared that he was revoking all pardons for previous actions. He said he had a list of 50 traitors, but did not read the names in order to produce the maximum amount of fear. He hoped that rash actions would rid the realm of his opponents. Then came death threats, confiscation of property, and banishment for those who remained. It became known as the Revenge Parliament. It was a slow, difficult march through terror, but Henry did his best to remain strong. Then came the bombshell that it was his friend Norfolk who had killed his uncle. But this was a lie. It had really been a man by the name of William Searle, Richard's valet, who had done the deed, but Henry would not learn that until years later. In exchange for their loyalty, both Mowbray and Henry were raised to dukedoms. However, Henry knew something was awry and purchased a bezoar stone to counteract poison. In December, Mowbray ran into Henry and told him that they were both in trouble because of their actions in 1387. Henry went immediately to his father to ask what to do. John reported what he had learned to Richard. The king declared that the only way to settle the matter was a joust to the death between Mowbray and Henry, and the date was set for September 1398. With all of the court in assembly, the two men, dressed in their best jousting regalia, prepared to begin battle in what was termed the court of chivalry. They were about to start when Richard called out, declaring that the joust be stopped. He then declared that Mowbray was to be banished for life and Henry was to be banished for 10 years. Everything that John had worked for had been destroyed. They had all been played for fools. On the 13th of October 1398, Henry said goodbye to his father before he embarked from Dover to France to begin his exile. It would be the last time he would ever see his father. Unexpectedly, thousands arrived at the harbour, cheering to show their support before he sailed away, and it left him with a glimmer of hope that all was not lost. He was sympathetically welcomed into the French court and worked to begin his new life. While the French felt sorry for this charming, talented young man, they were aware that he had been banished by his king for treason, so they embraced him warily. When news arrived of his father's death on the 3rd of February 1399, Henry was devastated. Then he learned that Richard had confiscated all of the Lancastrian lands for himself, and Henry had to make a choice. He could do nothing and waste away in exile, or he could act. Henry determined to engender support from others who had also been punished by the Revenge Parliament. The former Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas of Arundel, had learned of John's fate and left Utrecht to find Henry. Thomas's nephew, Thomas Fitzalan, also appeared ready to support Henry, and he had a loyal band of retainers who came with him into exile. Henry knew it was time to return to regain his birthright, so he created a deception. He thanked the French court for their generosity and explained that he must go to Spain. He requested the king's leave, which was granted. When he departed in July 1399, he headed west to maintain the deception and then turned north, touching the coastline periodically to confuse those trying to stop him from entering England. He landed at Spurn Head and headed to Pontefract Castle, arriving around the 14th of July, 1399. From there, he greeted supporters that had been amassing in Doncaster. While all that Henry wanted was the return of his ancestral lands, the moment had come to grab something larger, and it looked like he had the support to do it. However, his allies, especially the Earl of Northumberland and his son Hotspur, demanded he promise them two key things. First, he would not take the throne by force, and second, he had to find a way to disempower Richard. As they moved west, Henry's supporters continued to appear. Richard's followers gave way to Henry's growing army. The king arrived in Wales from Ireland and headed to Carmarthen with his soldiers. Here could have been the decisive moment when Henry had to choose loyalty to the king or treason demanding justice. Yet, Richard answered that question by abandoning his army at Carmarthen. Even Richard's adopted brother threw in his support with Henry. The Dukes of Exeter and Surrey, some of the few lords who had remained loyal to the king, met Henry in Chester. They told Henry that Richard was prepared to forgive his past actions in exchange for disbanding his army. Henry smiled, then detained them. Henry's team devised a plan to lure Richard out of his hiding place, and Richard believed the deception. He was captured and taken to Flint Castle, where he refused to eat. Richard was then moved to London because Parliament had been called to meet. When Henry entered London, he asked the mayor what he wanted him to do with Richard, and was told to take him to Westminster. So he did. Henry then marched triumphantly through London to St. Paul's Cathedral and prayed at the high altar there. He would need guidance for what was to come next. He then gathered together a team of lawyers to help him determine what he could do now in terms of the deposition of Richard and his legal right of inheritance. It was decided that he would use his dual lineage to King Henry III, rather than Edward III, to claim right of inheritance. Then, Richard would have to voluntarily abdicate the throne, signing a document as proof. At first, Richard refused to sign, when told this by Henry's representatives. But once he had Henry before him to discuss things, he agreed to sign the document of abdication, only asking if he could have an income sufficient enough to be well maintained. The deed was done. The next day Parliament met. After all of the legal niceties about birthrights, line of succession, and the nature of Richard's abdication had been addressed, the Parliament proceeded to vote Henry to become king. Then, the Archbishop of York and the soon-to-be reinstated Archbishop of Canterbury walked Henry up to the throne. Henry bent on one knee and prayed before taking his seat. It was a momentous occasion, and England had a new king. His coronation took place on the 13th of October, 1399. One of Henry's first acts was to create a new honorary knighthood, the Order of the Bath, and he proceeded to knight over 50 men. The next day at Parliament, he fulfilled his obligation to his supporters by first repealing the rulings of the Revenge Parliament and reinstating those of the Merciless Parliament. He then declared to the prelates that he would work to address heresy in the realm. He would also use the funds from his Lancastrian holdings to pay for his expenses, at least for now. His goal was to rule as his grandfather, Edward III, had done. Events would play against this hope because of endless funding issues and numerous rebellions against his rule. In the end, he did everything he could to protect his kingdom and to keep his dynasty safe. Many in Parliament assumed it was time to take revenge on those who had enabled Richard's tyranny. While some were brought to justice, most were given leniency, which shocked the members of Parliament. It was during these trials that Henry learned who gave the order to kill his uncle and how he died. The next big question was what to do with Richard. Henry wanted to consult not only with the lawyers but also with the prelates to determine the best course of action. They decided to remove Richard to Pontefract and keep him under guard for now. For the counter-appellants, they also received the king's mercy. Henry felt pleased by his performance, but he would feel the wrath of his generosity soon enough. Former counter-appellants and their supporters met secretly at Westminster in December to plan a revolt against Henry. Their objective was to assassinate him, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and Henry's 4 sons on the 4th of January, 1400. The plot was foiled when Edward, Richard's adopted brother, dined with his father, the Duke of York, and happened to leave the written version of the plan on the table. When his father discovered it, he confronted his son, and they agreed to betray the plot. Once Henry learned about this, he acted quickly and rounded up the conspirators. In the end, 26 men were beheaded, and 6 received a traitor's death. Some received mercy, including John Ferrer, who had saved Henry's life back in 1381. This plot came to be known as Epiphany Rising. It had far-reaching implications, for Henry now realized how naive he had been. He also knew that keeping Richard alive was dangerous. No one knows how Richard died, but we do know that he was dead by the 14th of February, 1400, probably from starvation. Events continued to conspire against Henry's dream of being a just warrior king. The root of much of his troubles over the next 5 years was lack of money. While initially he used his own Lancastrian wealth, that ran out quickly enough. Consecutive parliaments demanded that Henry cut his household expenses and address other excessive expenditures. Just as they blamed bad advisors for the financial shortfalls under Richard, they did the same for Henry. But he allowed new people to be placed in roles of responsibility, even though it meant removing longtime friends from key positions. He also did what he could to cut expenditures, but one thing he would not cut were annuities, as he felt that would be a betrayal of trust. Financial pressures grew as Scotland, Wales, and Ireland rebelled. The French allied themselves with one or more of these countries, threatened to invade Calais, Gascony, or even England, and ran a shipping proxy war known as the Pirates' War to damage British shipping. There were a series of bad harvests and the collapse of the wool trade that led to financial shortfalls and increased commodity prices due to food shortages. He also had to keep up the appearance of a lavish royal court. In addition, the church put pressure on Henry to stamp out heresy. In February 1401, the prelates sent a petition to the king to address the heretic William Sartre, who had been arrested, tried, and found guilty of heresy. The 1401 Parliament passed the De Heretic Comburendo that authorized the burning of heretics. Sartre met his fate in March 1401, the first person to be burned at the stake in England. The second was John Badby, guilty of Lollardism, who was burned in 1410. The Parliament of 1401 did grant a tax after thoroughly embarrassing Henry about his difficult financial situation. Yet the money could not be collected because the tax collectors were attacked, even murdered. People felt Henry had betrayed them by imposing new taxes during peacetime, despite rebellions in Wales and Scotland, as well as numerous French threats. Henry's confessor, Philip Repington, dared to draft a report to Henry that explained just how bad things had become. If the harsh demands of Parliament had not woken Henry to the fact that the world had changed from the warrior king ideal, this report did. Henry took immediate action to begin making changes, becoming more directly involved in the functioning of government and utilizing his family, including his young sons, more directly in managing the realm. He placed his first son, Henry, with Hotspur to address issues in Wales, and his second son, Thomas, in Ireland. While these new efforts helped, Parliament tied his hands by not providing enough money to do the work properly, with Henry's sons, letters back to their father being filled with requests for more money. In addition to all of this chaos, assassination attempts on Henry and rumors that Richard was still alive continued fomenting additional rebellions. For any threat, including military, all Henry could afford were quick incursions to calm things down for a time, as he just did not have the money for more. Soldiers battling rebellions in Scotland and Wales began to grumble about back pay, and Henry's troubles kept multiplying. Henry's main antagonist was a Welsh nobleman, Owain Glendower, or Owain Glyndwr in Welsh, who turned against England, declaring himself Prince of Wales and beginning his rebellion in 1400. Although Henry did his best to control it, he could accomplish little without money. In 1402, Edmund Mortimer was captured during the Battle of Bryn Glas. Henry decided to send 3 armies into Wales in a 3-pronged approach to destroy the Welsh rebellion. But he only allowed 2 weeks for the effort, and it was a dismal failure. The only good news that year was the victory at the Battle of Homildon Hill in September over the Scots. Yet, trouble was brewing. Hotspur increasingly resented not being reimbursed for his growing military expenses. He and his family also felt that Henry had not lived up to his promises at Doncaster. In other words, Henry could not be manipulated by them. The Percy family determined it was time to overthrow Henry and joined forces with Glendower and Edmund Mortimer, who had become a Glendower supporter after his capture. Henry first became aware of the growing threat of this rebellion on the 12th of July, 1403, as he marched to address issues in the north. He acted quickly, sending troops to Shrewsbury to establish a foothold there, hoping to trap Hotspur, who was amassing a major force against him. The 2 armies arrived in Shrewsbury on the 20th of July, and the next morning the 2 armies clashed, in what is still considered one of the bloodiest battles in English history. For Henry, it proved a decisive victory, resulting in Hotspur's death and the temporary weakening of Glendower's rebellion. Parliament even granted him the right to tax, which was a small win, but an important one. Henry received a much-needed gift in July 1404 in the form of the capture of William Searle, the man who had killed the Duke of Gloucester. This provided the perfect opportunity to finally end rumors that Richard still lived because Searle had stolen Richard's signet ring, and now even the French knew that Richard was clearly dead. Henry had another success during the 1404 October Parliament. Henry's officials made it clear that the king could do nothing regarding Wales and other challenges unless he had the revenue to address it. In order to raise more funds, serious measures had to be taken, and they offered some solutions. For one, all temporalities of the church should be confiscated, which pleased the Commons immensely. Secondly, all ancient inheritances of the crown, dating from the reign of Edward III, should be rebuilt from resources found in royal castles, lands, and related fees. They proposed that a commission be established to process these records to determine what revenues could be pulled from these resources. The Parliament was so pleased by these ideas that they granted the king a generous tax, renewed the wool subsidy for 2 years, and increased the income tax on nobles to 5%. It was a major victory orchestrated by Henry's key advisor, Thomas of Arundel, the Archbishop of Canterbury. Henry continued to defend the realm as best he could, and his son Henry was able to defeat Glendower at Gromont in March 1405. The French attacked Calais, but were beaten back with the use of England's skillful archers. Then, as Henry moved towards Wales, he was informed that a rebellion was forming near Scotland in what would become known as the Yorkshire Rising. Northumberland, Thomas de Mowbray, 4th Earl of Norfolk, and Sir Thomas Bardolph had rebelled against the king, as well as the Archbishop of York, Richard Scrope, who had amassed an army in Shipton Moor. Henry's army, led by the Duke of Westmoreland, and Henry's third son, John, resoundingly defeated this rebellion. Northumberland fled into Scotland, but others were not so lucky, as Henry was not in the mood to be merciful this time, and he gave the order to execute the Archbishop after he had been found guilty of treason. This action sent shockwaves throughout Christendom, yet Henry felt it necessary to assure the safety of the realm. On the 8th of June 1405, the day of Scrope's execution, Henry woke up screaming, "Traitors! Traitors! You have thrown fire over me!" He had red pustules all over his body and was extremely sick. Some thought it was divine vengeance for executing an archbishop. It instead was a mysterious illness that would slowly weaken and kill him over the next 8 years. It had similar symptoms to the disease that had killed the Black Prince. The Parliament in March 1406 dealt with critical issues. First, they discussed succession because clearly the king was ill, and no one knew how long he might live. Second, they began to pull more power towards themselves, substantially weakening royal power by handing most of the decision-making role to the council. It issued the 31 Articles, spelling out what the king could and could not do, and what power the council had. It was an important precedent, but it worried Henry of Lancaster for this very reason, since he wondered what would happen to his power when he assumed his role as king. During the debate over taxation, Thomas of Arundel, Henry's chief advisor, pointed out that it was the king who agreed to refrain from expenditures for a year in order to get things back on track. Blaming the king for the financial constraints could no longer apply. It was Parliament who had to solve the problem. The king had already done what he could. It proved a decisive moment in the changing relationship between the king and his government, yet rebellions continued. Northumberland, however, would not give up. He again raised the standard of rebellion against Henry. On the 15th of February, 1408, the rebellion forces met Henry's army at Bramham Moor and were defeated, with Northumberland killed during the battle. In 1409, Henry's army crushed Glendower's forces at Harlech Castle, and Glendower fled into the hills and disappeared. Family matters and his legacy began to occupy more of Henry's thoughts. One troubling event started in 1410, when his eldest son began to move into the power vacuum, itching to take more control for himself. He even pushed Arundel aside to further this process, and some spoke of deposition. Even so, Henry had kept abreast of events. He chose to intervene when his son and council determined that, to make up the financial shortfall, they would go after the annuities. Henry, throughout his reign, had refused to hurt people who relied on these funds to survive. Now his son had made a grave mistake, and Henry began to reassert himself. He attended the 1411 Parliament, where he stated clearly that he wanted no novelties, meaning he did not want to discuss abdication. He then asked the members of the council to come before the throne and thanked them for their service. What he had just done was dismiss them so he could re-establish control over the government. His actions infuriated his son. After a few months, he had calmed down. On the 29th of July, 1411, Henry entered his father's chamber and knelt before him. He begged forgiveness and then handed his father his dagger and said, "My lord and father, my life is not so dear to me that I would live one day that I should be in your displeasure. I forgive you my death." Henry the king tossed away the dagger, embraced his son, and cried. Henry attended his final parliament on the 1st of December 1412 and spent the Christmas holiday in the embrace of his family. It was obvious he was not well. In January, he was taken to Lambeth to receive the best care. Everyone held their breath and wondered when the time would come. On the 21st of February, 1413, they moved Henry to Westminster Abbey. He attempted to make an offering at the shrine of St. Edward the Confessor, but collapsed unconscious. He had wanted to die in Jerusalem, but that was not going to happen now. They picked him up off the floor and moved him into the abbot's chamber. When he awoke, Henry did not recognize where he was, and the chamberlain told him he was in the Jerusalem chamber. He died on the 20th of March, 1413, thinking of the Holy Land. They waited until his son Thomas could return from defending Gascony for the funeral. Henry was buried on the 18th of June, 1413, in Trinity Chapel in Canterbury Cathedral, as he had requested. He had taken England through a turbulent time, but left the kingdom in better shape than he had found it, and in the capable hands of his eldest son and his brothers. He had achieved what he set out to do, to heal his troubled homeland. What do? You think of King Henry IV. Was he a good king, or is he deserving of his bad reputation? The man who would become known as Henry of Monmouth, and later King Henry V of England, was born on the 16th of September, 1386, at Monmouth Castle in Wales, near the border with England. As the eldest son of Henry Bolingbroke, who would ascend to the throne as King Henry IV in 1399, Henry of Monmouth's early life was shaped by royal bloodlines and the pressures of a kingdom in turmoil. His mother, Mary of Bohun, came from an esteemed aristocratic family with vast landholdings across East Anglia and other parts of England. Henry Bolingbroke and Mary married on February 5th, 1381, at Rochford Hall in Essex, when Mary was only 11 years old. She remained with her mother for another 4 years before joining her husband. In 1385, Henry and Mary began their life together, a union founded on mutual affection as well as a shared love for fine books and music. Over the course of 8 years, Mary gave birth to 6 children: Henry in 1386, Thomas in 1387, John in 1389, Humphrey in 1390, Blanche in 1392, and Philippa in 1394. Tragically, Mary passed away prematurely in 1394 at Peterborough Castle, giving birth to their youngest daughter. She was laid to rest at the Church of St. Mary de Castro in Leicester, leaving Henry Bolingbroke to raise their children without his beloved wife. As a young man, Bolingbroke demonstrated his prowess as both a cultured warrior and a skilled leader. He had been well educated, capable of reading and writing in English, French, and Latin, and was known for his appreciation of music and literature. Bolingbroke excelled in jousting and even participated in a crusade to Lithuania. He made a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, furthering his reputation as a man of action and faith. Under the tutelage of his father, John of Gaunt, the Duke of Lancaster, Bolingbroke learned the art of courtly manoeuvring, a skill that would serve him well in the politically treacherous world of royal England. Despite his accomplishments, Bolingbroke's life was overshadowed by the uncertainty of his claim to the throne. As the third son of Edward III, his own inheritance was always in question. As a child, he was told that if King Richard II died without heirs, he could inherit the throne. This threat to Richard II's rule fueled the deep political tensions between the Lancastrians and the reigning king. Bolingbroke, along with his son Henry of Monmouth, became pawns in the ongoing power struggle, caught in the crossfire of royal ambition. In 1398, Bolingbroke was exiled by King Richard II, and when John of Gaunt died in 1399, his vast lands were confiscated. Bolingbroke was faced with a choice: remain in exile or return to reclaim his heritage. In the summer of 1399, he made his move. Upon his return to England, he was greeted by thousands who supported his cause, fueling his campaign to depose Richard II. Bolingbroke's ascent to the throne was marked by a mixture of legalities and widespread popular support, leading some to believe he had usurped the throne. However, his reign as Henry IV was far from stable. The kingdom was under constant military threat from Wales, Scotland, and France. Bolingbroke's inability to raise sufficient funds only compounded these external pressures. Additionally, his reign was plagued by internal plots and rebellions, further testing his leadership. In 1406, he was struck by a mysterious illness that gradually weakened him in the final years of his rule. Despite these challenges, by the end of his reign, Henry IV had managed to regain control over the kingdom's finances and mitigate many of the threats facing the realm. As Henry IV's reign came to a close, his son, Henry of Monmouth, inherited a throne that, though still fraught with political challenges, was built upon a firmer foundation. Yet the question of the legitimacy of his reign would continue to loom large, with doubts lingering over the true nature of the Lancastrian claim to the throne. Henry of Monmouth entered the world at a time of political power struggles, not only within the royal dynasties of England and France, but also within the Catholic Church. These clashes included one of the longest periods of conflict between France and England, known to us as the 100 Years' War, which erupted in 1337 and had been fought intermittently ever since. The roots of the conflict lay in the question of the right of English kings to control not only their ancestral lands in France, including the provinces of Normandy, Brittany, Gascony, Anjou, and Aquitaine, but also to the French throne itself. For instance, the kings of England had held the Duchy of Normandy in northern France from the Norman conquest of 1066 through to the loss of this territory by King John I to the French in the early 13th century. During the 100 Years' War, English kings fought to reclaim these territories only to be repelled again and again by French forces. At the time of Henry of Monmouth's birth, all that remained under English control was Gascony and a small sliver of land around the port city of Calais in the northeast of France. Increasingly, as large land holdings became consolidated under one ruler, leading to the birth of nation-states that lacked the outlet of military conquest, extended royal family members turned on themselves, as happened with the Richard II Lancastrian feud that clouded so much of Monmouth's young life. However, this feud paled in comparison to the infighting within the Valois royal house of France. There, the King of France, Charles VI, suffered from intermittent insanity, and royal family members vied to fill this power vacuum. As a result of this, a French civil war would begin in 1407, when John, Duke of Burgundy, also known as John the Fearless, assassinated his uncle Louis, Duke of Orleans. This would have major consequences for Henry in his later years as King of England. There were numerous other issues that arose in England during the late 14th century, which would lead to problems for Henry when he became king of the country. Years later, many of these centered on religious affairs. In England in the 1370s, a church reformer by the name of John Wycliffe had begun demanding reforms and greater transparency within the church through the eradication of corrupt practices, such as nepotism and simony, while the doctrine of the church as promulgated from Rome was also being called into question. The Lollards, as Wycliffe's followers became known after his death in 1384, were a major group within the English church throughout the 1390s and 1400s, and Henry would have to engage with them in years to come as a form of hereticism within the English church. In addition to this issue, there were growing problems around the financing of the English government and the country more widely. These, too, would have a significant bearing on Henry in his adult years. Henry of Monmouth grew up in his family's Lancastrian lands, surrounded by his extended family and their retainers. Henry learned much from these highly educated and culturally sophisticated people. He not only followed his father in learning to speak and write French, Latin, and English, but he also absorbed his parents' love of music, which included learning how to play the harp and sing. He became one of the first kings of England to regularly write his correspondence in English. Furthermore, he received intensive training in rhetoric and logic in line with the new form of humanist education, which was just beginning to become popular in Western Europe as the Italian Renaissance entered its most substantial period. By age 8, his education shifted to the military arts, where he became an expert equestrian, jouster, combat fighter, and military strategist. But in 1398, at age 12, the young Henry found his world turned upside down when King Richard exiled his father from England and took Henry himself hostage in order to ensure his father's further good behavior. The taking of hostages in Tanzines this way was a common medieval practice to control the behavior of people. Generally speaking, Richard is believed to have treated young Henry well. Disorienting events evolved quickly for Henry when his father returned to England, as Henry's father took advantage of the dislike of Richard's reign within the political community of England. to depose Richard and have himself crowned as King Henry IV of England, the first usurpation of the English crown, which had occurred in well over 200 years. On the day of his father's coronation on the 13th of October 1399, Henry participated in the coronation ceremony. He had the honour to carry the sword of justice, and soon after this, the young Henry became not only the Prince of Wales, but also Duke of Cornwall, Earl of Chester, Duke of Aquitaine, and Duke of Lancaster. It was through these estates that the young Henry received income to fund his household, and it was his responsibility to oversee them. In addition, while he was only 13 years of age at this time, his father increasingly handed him significant responsibilities. This was seen in the case of the rebellion of Owen Glyndwr, a Welsh prince who had initiated a revolt against the English crown in 1400. This would drag on throughout Henry IV's reign, with the king having much the worse of the conflict between 1400 and 1406. The king decided in 1406, when his son was just 19 years of age, to place him directly in charge of the suppression of this rebellion in the crown's western territories. It can be said that the man Henry of Monmouth became was forged during his time in Wales. He learned a myriad of lessons he would use throughout his life. One of the most important was the question of fiscal management. Henry's father's reign was blighted by issues around fiscal mismanagement, and the young Prince of Wales began to understand from an early age that the way to succeed as king was to ensure that the exchequer had more money coming in than going out. This became extremely apparent in Wales during the mid-1400s, when young Henry's forces had difficulties in terms of their supplies and activities owing to an insufficient flow of money from London. Consequently, Henry found himself writing on several occasions during these years to his father, begging for more money. He learned that military skill was only one component of becoming a good warrior. The other was having money to finance military campaigns. Because of these money troubles, as well as other political tensions, Henry's mentor, Sir Henry Percy, a powerful lord from the north of England, who is generally known as Hotspur, grew so frustrated that he, along with other members of his family and the political nation, rebelled against King Henry IV. The younger Henry had the unenviable position of having to fight directly against the very man who had trained him as a military leader once the rebellion broke out. On the 21st of July, 1403, as part of the Northern Rebellion of Hotspur, King Henry IV and the young Prince Henry, along with their supporters, fought one of the bloodiest battles in England's history, the Battle of Shrewsbury. It proved an important victory for the king and ended the lives of Hotspur and other key members of the aristocracy. Henry played a key role during this battle. He also demonstrated profound courage after an arrow pierced his face just below his right eye and penetrated 6 inches into his skull. Most men would have collapsed following this incident, but Henry kept fighting. Afterwards, an English surgeon, John Bradmore, devised a way to not only extract the arrowhead from his skull, but also used a method whereby he stuffed wine and probes into the wound to facilitate the healing process. This kept any infection in the wound to a minimum, a major medical feat in an age before antibiotics. Nevertheless, while it had been hard won through an injury of this kind, Shrewsbury had taught young Henry the value of loyalty, and he learned quickly how to effectively foster loyalty toward himself as the Prince of Wales, and later as the King of England. In addition, he, like his father, clung to family and used their skills to help him govern rather than relying on characters such as Hotspur, who would rebel if the situation appeared propitious to do so. In fact, Henry's family provided him not only with 3 brothers of immense talent, but also his Beaufort uncles and the extended Lancastrian family and retainers. He would never have achieved all of the things which we will see he did during his brief reign without their efforts. Although Henry and his father had managed to put down one segment of the mass rebellions which had broken out across their dominions, with victory at the Battle of Shrewsbury, the wider struggle was not over. The revolt of Owain Glyndwr was still a major problem in Wales and the western marches of England. It was here that Prince Henry focused his efforts from the mid-1400s onwards, while his father focused on quelling the remainder of the revolt in the north of England, notably by executing the Archbishop of York, Richard Scrope, for his role in the Hotspur Rebellion. In March 1405, Henry defeated Glyndwr in a clash at Grosmont and managed to capture one of the Welsh prince's sons. This was quickly followed by another victory at Usk in May 1405, the first major victory for English arms over the Welsh, in a pitched battle since the war began. From this point onwards, the conflict turned in the English crown's favour. In May 1407, Henry laid siege to Aberystwyth, which fell a year later. Even the French, who had allied themselves with the Welsh, pulled back, realising the tide was turning. In 1408, Henry turned to the Welsh stronghold, Harlech. It proved a decisive encounter because not only was Glendower there, but also the remains of his family and one of his key English supporters, Edmund Mortimer, who was the rival to the Lancastrian claim to the throne of England. By 1409, Harlech had fallen and Mortimer had died during the siege. His wife and daughters died in captivity in London afterwards, and his sons were already imprisoned. Glendower and one of his other sons fled into the mountains and were rarely ever heard from again. Through this experience, Henry became a person who could galvanize the king's men. He also developed novel approaches to solve old problems. For example, the hit-and-run method of his father that was used to control rebellion with limited funds clearly did not work. Henry chose instead to use the resources he had to retake key fortresses and hold them, then pushed forward in a new wave of capture and control, slowly and systematically constricting the enemy and its resources. It proved decidedly effective, and he gained the respect of others in his father's court. Overall, Wales provided the theatre in which Prince Henry came of age as a military commander and leader in his youth. By the time the war in Wales was coming to an inexorable end, the Crown Prince was playing an ever more significant role in the governance of England. His father, King Henry IV, had been struck by a mysterious illness in 1405, one which became gradually more debilitating in the years that followed, with the king often suffering from seizures and periods when he was effectively bedridden. As his health declined, more and more responsibility was gradually given to the Prince of Wales. Young Henry attended his first meeting of the King's Council in December 1406, and would participate in these conferences and successive parliaments from that time forward. Also, starting around this time, Henry IV's Chancellor, Thomas Arundel, the Archbishop of Canterbury, began to play a more substantial role in government affairs. He was particularly concerned to begin systematically addressing the financial shortfalls of the crown after years of financial mismanagement by Henry's father and the onerous burden of fighting multiple wars on different fronts. Arundel looked to other untapped resources in order to acquire greater revenue for the crown. Under Arundel and Prince Henry, the government began looking to use the extended royal family to address many of the problems confronted by the crown. Thus, Henry's brother, Thomas, was sent to Ireland. Although he was only 12 years of age, his presence there with royal advisors provided a clear symbol of the rejuvenation of royal authority across the Irish Sea. Similarly, Henry's third brother, John, was sent north to assist in stifling the rebellions on the Scottish borderlands towards the end of Henry IV's reign. John proved to be not only an excellent soldier, but a creative government administrator. It would be these people, the Beauforts, his brothers, and key Lancastrian retainers, to whom Henry V would turn during his reign and even after his death to help him achieve his goals. As the years went by and Henry IV's illnesses showed no signs of improving, but rather continued to get worse, Henry was more and more presenting himself as a king in waiting. This was mirrored in his growing control over the government. For instance, Arundel was effectively forced out of his position within the government in 1409, and he and others were replaced by the prince's supporters. The prince's government, in essence, ruled England for much of the remaining years of Henry IV's reign. Their major efforts focused on reforming the crown's finances. Henry went after annuities to cut expenses, which his father always avoided because he thought it betrayed the trust of loyal supporters who were in financial distress. Henry also began to address the situation in France, where a civil war had effectively broken out as a consequence of Charles VI's increasing bouts of madness and psychological incapacity. Henry decided to support the claim of John the Fearless, the Duke of Burgundy, to try to seize power from Charles. Henry viewed this as advantageous, both because civil unrest in France was always beneficial to England, and because of the possibility that Henry would marry one of John's daughters. As such, by the late 1400s, Prince Henry was effectively running the English government. This effective usurpation of his position as king did not always sit well with Henry IV himself, and in 1411, during one of his periodic bouts of partial recovery from his health issues, he moved to reclaim control of the government and to remove his son and his followers from power. In November of that year, he suddenly reappeared on the political stage, playing a central role in the parliament which was underway. There were many reasons for this, but one of the most obvious was the differing attitude of father and son towards royal annuities. These were payments made annually by the crown to prominent subjects, effectively to reward them for their loyalty. The cost of them had been huge in the 1400s and contributed to the financial problems of the government. The prince had accordingly decided to begin cutting them back drastically in the late 1400s, but his father disagreed with this approach. He felt his son's approach was well-meaning but naive and would only serve to alienate the crown's supporters and unleash a new wave of rebellions. Henry also did not find young Henry's choice in a French ally a good one. King Henry knew the players in the French court personally. He had stayed at the court during jousting tournaments as a youth and paid a visit on his return trip after his travels to the Holy Land. He had already taken the mark of the French court and backed the supporters of King Charles VI. He did not think it sensible to support the Burgundians, who were led by John the Fearless. As such, he believed young Henry had backed the wrong side in the civil war in France. As a result of these issues, King Henry entered Parliament on the 30th of November 1411 and calmly stated that he would no longer tolerate what he referred to as novelties in the government of the country. By this, he meant the attitudes towards French policy, the annuities, and other measures. But he was also referring to growing rumours that he should abdicate the throne in favour of his son. Henry made it wholly clear that this was not going to happen. Instead, he asked those who had served his son and those who had served in his government to come forward, at which point he politely thanked them for their service and dismissed them. It took time for them to understand what had just happened, and when the realization hit, young Henry was furious. This action created extreme tensions within their father-son relationship. It did not help that the king reinstated Archbishop Arundel as Chancellor and placed Henry's brother Thomas as head of the King's Council. Following Prince Henry's removal from the head of the government, his father changed track on a number of policies, notably towards France. In May 1412, the Treaty of Bourges was sealed. It acknowledged Henry IV in possession of the Duchy of Aquitaine in the west of France, in exchange for England providing military support for the actions of the French king against the Burgundians. It was a stunning reversal of young Henry's plan. To make things even more tense between Henry and his brother Thomas, King Henry sent Thomas to Gascony to bolster the provisions specified in the treaty. For all intents and purposes, his father had shut Henry out of government and then completely reversed his French policy, among other matters. Henry eventually decided he had no option but to relent. After all, nobody knew in the early 1410s if his father would make a full recovery from his illnesses. If he did, he might well rule for another 20 or 30 years. Henry could not afford to be locked out of the political decision-making of the realm he would inherit one day for that long. Thus, after much soul-searching and worry, on the 29th of July, 1412, he entered his father's chamber and knelt before him. Henry begged forgiveness. Then he handed his father his dagger and said, "My lord and father, my life is not so dear to me that I would live one day that I should be in your displeasure. I forgive you my death." King Henry immediately tossed away the dagger, embraced his son, and cried. The reconciliation, however, was short-lived, not because the two quickly quarrelled again, but because Henry IV's ill health resumed again within weeks. Early in 1413, he became seriously ill and was moved to Lambeth Palace across the River Thames from Westminster to try to recover. He did, and as his condition continued to deteriorate, he was moved about a month later to Westminster Abbey. There he died in the Jerusalem chamber, in the abbot's quarters on the 20th of March, 1413. In spite of their differences, Prince Henry had reconciled with his father before he died and received his blessing to inherit the throne. The funeral service was not held until June to give Thomas time to return from Gascony in western France. Then King Henry IV was finally laid to rest on the 18th of June, 1413, in Trinity Chapel at Canterbury Cathedral. Although Henry may have experienced some youthful exuberance at the prospect of becoming King of England in his own right, the reality that he was about to be king changed him. As one story goes, On the night his father died, Henry left his family and headed towards St. Benet's Chapel. He visited a hermit there by the name of William Alnwick. Henry stayed up all night talking with the hermit about morality and his fear of potential conflict among the various nobles, since his father's hold on the throne had always been precarious. This episode is indicative of how his ascent to the kingship at 26 years of age changed Henry substantially. Rather than being an ambitious prince who wanted to assert himself in the political realm, he now had the burden of full responsibility for his subjects placed upon him. Thus it was that Henry was crowned King of England on the 9th of April, 1413, at Westminster Abbey. The unusual spring blizzard that day made people wonder what it portended. Many saw it as a good omen that the new king would cleanse away the instability of the recent past and bring on a new age of moral kingship. This bolstered Henry's almost messianic mission to demonstrate divine approval of the Lancastrian family to rule over England, and also of the crown's rightful claim to the French throne, which his great-grandfather had first pressed 3/4 of a century earlier. From the first days of his reign, Henry approached his task with purpose and energy. He quickly began addressing a number of outstanding issues remaining from his father's reign. For instance, he freed Edmund Mortimer and his brother Roger, who had claimed to be Richard II's true heirs, and had posed a political risk in the 1400s. Edmund in particular had been the focus of a conspiracy to dethrone Henry's father and place Mortimer on the throne back in 1405. The Mortimers had been under guard ever since. Henry not only freed them, but made them both Knights of the Bath, and returned their family estates to them. He then freed all of the Scottish prisoners, except the young King James I of Scotland, who had been captured by English pirates as he sailed to France in 1406, and had been held hostage ever since. He would be kept in England until well into the 1420s. Henry also reached out to other children whose parents had displeased the king. Edward, Duke of York, had his title restored, and his brother Richard was made Duke of Cambridge. He even freed Hotspur's son, also named Henry Percy, who would eventually have his family's estates returned to him as well. Finally, he ordered Richard II's body disinterred from his burial place in King's Langley Priory Church in Hertfordshire, and had him reburied at Westminster Abbey next to his first wife, Anne of Bohemia, as he would have wished. The import of all of this was clear. It was a new reign, and the disunity and civil discord which had mired his father's years as king were over. It was time for England to unite behind a new young monarch and revitalize the kingdom. One further outstanding issue, which Henry had to contend with immediately, was that of the Lollards. As we have seen, these had emerged during the reign of Richard II, but continued to pose a problem to the religious unity of England long after the death of their leader, John Wycliffe, in 1384. There had been various efforts to muzzle these dissenters under Henry IV, notably through the issuing of a statute entitled De Heretico Comburendo, which effectively prescribed the Lollards. Prominent Lollards such as William Sawtry and John Badby had been burned at the stake for refusing to recant their heretical beliefs. As king, Henry found himself again confronted with trying to get a heretic to recant. In this case, it was an old friend of his, Sir John Oldcastle, a long-standing ally of Henry and a trusted soldier during the Welsh conflict. Yet he was an unabashed Lollard who was brought before Archbishop Arundel in September 1413 and declared a heretic. Henry intervened and gave Oldcastle a period of 40 days in which to reflect on his conscience and recant his heretical beliefs. This did not have the desired effect. Instead, Oldcastle escaped from the Tower of London. He then hatched a plot to kill the king, but the plot was exposed. Some of Oldcastle's supporters were killed or captured, but he managed to escape and remain at large until 1417, when he met his fate and was hanged and burned to death. It was a bitter pill to swallow for Henry, but as God's instrument on earth, he had no choice. The Great Papal Schism also intruded on Henry's kingship. Beginning in the early 14th century, a run of 7 successive popes had established themselves at Avignon in France, rather than residing at the Vatican in Rome. Then, from the mid-1370s, there had been 2 popes at once in Europe, one residing at Avignon and the other at Rome, but with both claiming to be the rightful head of the Roman Catholic Church. Efforts had been intermittently made to end this papal schism over the years, notably through a political and ecclesiastical council convened at the Italian city of Pisa in 1409. When this failed, the King of Hungary and Croatia and King of the Romans, King Sigismund, who later became the Holy Roman Emperor, pressured the newly elected Pope John XIII in 1413 to call for a council of prelates and government officials from all over Europe to meet in the German city of Constance in November 1414 to resolve the impasse. By Henry's calculations, in sending diplomats to this meeting, he could achieve two key things. First, he could prove his credentials as a pious king, loyal to church and God, by helping end the Great Schism. And secondly, it was an opportunity to build a relationship with one of the most powerful men in Europe, King Sigismund, and gain his support against the French. Ultimately, these efforts proved largely successful, as the Council of Constance sat for 4 years until 1418, at the end of which the Great Schism was brought to an end, and Pope Martin V was elected to rule over a reunited church. In addition, the teachings of John Wycliffe and the actions of the Lollards in England, as well as several heretical groups such as the Hussites in Bohemia, were condemned at the Council of Constance in 1415, providing Henry with the papal justification he needed to initiate a further series of crackdowns on the Lollards at home. From the beginning of his reign, Henry began planning for what he perceived to be the most important aspect of his duties as King of England, to regain his birthright in France. The foundations of the 100 Years' War lay largely in the succession question plaguing France. By the early 14th century, France no longer had a direct royal line to the French throne. The three key claimants included the King of Navarre, who could claim the throne through his marriage to Jeanne, the daughter of Louis VI, Philippe de Valois, cousin to Charles IV and nephew to Philippe IV, and Edward III of England, who was the grandson of Philippe IV through his mother, who was Philippe's daughter Isabel. The title of king was given to Philippe de Valois. By the 1330s, Edward III decided he wanted to take what he felt was rightfully his, and thus went to war with the French in 1337 to impose the claim of the English crown to also hold the French crown. Edward, Henry's great-grandfather, won stunning victories at Crécy in 1346 and Poitiers in 1356. At the last battle, King John of France was taken prisoner and ransomed for the enormous sum of 3 million gold coins. Yet rather than press his luck and demand the French throne for himself, Edward III decided to negotiate with the French. The resulting Treaty of Bretigny of 1360 gave Edward full control over Guyenne, Gascony, Poitou, Limousin, the port city of Calais, and other lands in southwestern France. In exchange for these, he had to renounce his rights to Normandy, Anjou, and Maine. Those that followed as King of France did not hold to these terms, and much was lost over the intervening years due to French aggression and English royal ineptitude, leaving England with only the significant Gascony region in western France and the port city of Calais in the northeast of the country. Henry determined that he would follow his great-grandfather's playbook, but would not settle for just control over these rich lands. He intended to demand the French crown as his birthright, and felt that the recent destructive struggles which had occurred in France as a result of the mental instability of King Charles VI made the time propitious for him to press these claims. The first order of business to set the ball rolling towards this goal was to follow proper medieval protocol and negotiate with French officials to try to come to some form of settlement. Neither side entered these negotiations in good faith. For the French, their focus was on their own infighting, and each side tried to gain Henry's support for their cause. Henry used this as a wedge to help propel negotiations in his favor. The French arrogantly believed that England was as weak as it had been under Richard II and Henry IV from its own internal problems, and would never be able to bring the war to France in the same way that Edward III had been able to over a half a century earlier. Henry, for his part, had no intentions of caving in to their demands, but he played along. During the summer of 1414, for example, Henry's diplomats presented an offer. He would renounce his claims to the French throne if he was given much of the traditional lands his forebears and his father had held in northern and western France in the 12th century, along with additional territories in Flanders and Brittany. In addition, he requested the hand of Charles VI's daughter Catherine, along with a dowry of 2 million crowns. The French lamely offered a dowry of 600,000 crowns, along with Aquitaine, which of course the English turned down. Negotiations continued like this for months. Meanwhile, Henry was gradually initiating his plans for an invasion of France. From the very moment he became King of England, Henry had begun overseeing the strengthening of the English army and navy, with the goal of intervening in France. Unlike his father, Henry was not, with the exception of the unrest provoked by Sir John Oldcastle, plagued by a wave of rebellions at the outset of his reign. As such, he was free to begin diverting resources towards a resumption of the 100 Years' War in France. First, he ordered the building of both a strong land army to operate on the continent and a navy to transport this army across the English Channel and to protect key ports for the disembarking of troops and to ensure strong resupply and communication channels. He then had his officials foster a national industry to create tens of thousands of arrows, lances, armor, and even cannons. In tandem, he spent much of 1414 and 1415 building alliances with key European players, such as requesting ships from Flanders. He negotiated a truce with Spanish traders who liked to raid English merchant ships and disrupt trade in the English Channel, and a similar truce with Brittany. But Henry's greatest success was in reaching an agreement with John the Fearless, the Duke of Burgundy, that he would not come to Charles VI's aid when Henry invaded France. In addition to these efforts, he continued to support King Sigismund's work at the Council of Constance, which nominally gained him support among the German principalities. While making these logistical and diplomatic preparations, Henry also ensured that England and Wales would be secure while he absented himself in France. To do this, he ordered extensive repairs and renovations to be carried out on existing castles and strongholds, and the construction of new fortifications along the coasts, especially the southern ports, and along the Welsh and Scottish borderlands. He also refused to release King James I of Scotland, using his captivity to guarantee peace with the Scots and ensure that they would not ally with the French once the war resumed. All of this took money, and Henry not only used traditional means of support such as rents from royal estates and court fees and fines, but also aggressively milked trade subsidies and duties to bring in extra revenue. While he reviewed his father's sacred cow annuities, he only continued them if he could gain something in return from the recipients. Otherwise, he pulled that support. He also requested donations or loans from supporters who generously supplied the bulk of his resources. Like any modern fundraising effort, Henry's team worked the people of England for these contributions in such a way that just about everyone in England felt that they had a critical role to play in the war effort. This helped to build staunch support for the king and his goals that would last long after Henry died. What is not often discussed by historians is the fact that Henry used the crown jewels and other treasures not only as collateral for these loans, but also pawned some of these materials, including the royal crown. Although many people, both modern and contemporary, were critical of the poor money management of Henry IV, his son incurred a huge debt just for this first campaign to France. The crisis for money would only grow as Henry pushed deeper into France to claim the French throne. Many of the crown's treasures were never returned to the royal house because it took so long for the next generation to pay off his war debts. Despite the severity of these fundraising measures, they were doubtlessly effective. By 1415, Henry felt he was ready to go to France. Yet God wanted Henry to wait, or so he thought. He had planned to leave in early summer, but the delay of the arrival of French envoys to continue negotiations postponed his departure. Once they had left, he mustered the troops and was ready to sail on the 1st of August, only to be informed that some key players, such as Richard, Earl of Cambridge, Lord Henry Scrope, Sir Thomas Grey, and Sir Robert Umfreville, were plotting to kill the king and put Edmund Mortimer, Earl of March, on the throne. Mortimer, who had played along with the plotters, told the king. Of course, Henry could not leave this conspiracy, which is known to posterity as the Southampton Plot, unaddressed. The guilty parties were rounded up, and Grey and Scrope were tried, with Thomas, Henry's brother, presiding over the trials. Both were found guilty and quickly executed. Henry then did something surprising. He immediately ordered the confiscation and sale of Scrope's property. It was an illegal act, But the underlying motivation could have been his desperate need for money. This done, Henry completed his will, made his brother John, Duke of Bedford, his lieutenant in England, and headed for France on what would become one of the most infamous military campaigns in English and European history. On the 11th of August, 1415, Henry finally boarded his flagship, the Trinity Royal, and sailed to France. Of course, the French had known for quite some time that an invasion was likely. However, based on past performance, they did not have much concern about what would be heading their way. Between the bouts of insanity of their king, Charles VI, and the infighting among royal family members, the most significant question became who would lead the defense of the country against the invaders. Nominally, Charles d'Albret, a career soldier, was made Constable of France, and Jean Lemaigre, also known as Marshal Boucicaut, one of France's greatest military fighters, was appointed Captain General. More importantly, would the heir apparent, the Dauphin Louis, lead the army? For the French, Henry's 1415 assault would prove a perfect storm, which led to a political and military disaster. Henry had planned to attack Harfleur in the north of France first, because of its strategic location near the mouth of the river, Seine. He first stopped at Chef de Caux on the 13th of August as a cautionary measure. There appeared to be no resistance. Even so, he ordered no one to leave the ships until a search party scouted the region, including the situation at Harfleur. The message which arrived back was that it was safe to go ahead. They moved to Harfleur and began to disembark, which took 3 days. Salt marshes, an estuary, and strong walls protected the town of Harfleur. Once settled, Henry ordered his brother Thomas to move his forces around to the other side of the town, to camp on the hillside overlooking the region. Having surrounded the town, Henry followed medieval military procedure rooted in the rules set down in the Book of Deuteronomy, verse 10, to talk with the town's leaders and offer them the choice to choose peace over bloodshed. They rejected the English calls for peace. Thus, the siege of Harfleur began with heavy bombardment and efforts made to cut off all supplies and communications into or out of the town. As the siege dragged on for weeks, the constant bombardment and the beginnings of starvation made the siege difficult for the townspeople. To make matters worse, starting late in the second week or early in the third week of the siege, dysentery began to impact the forces of both sides. The townspeople prayed for relief and even managed to get letters out requesting help from the French forces. But by the third week of September, after a brief truce to permit one last official attempt to call for help, it had become clear to those in Harfleur that no one was coming to relieve them. They were on their own. On the 23rd of September, Henry and his forces finally entered the town of Harfleur. He headed straight to the church of St. Michael and prayed, grateful for his victory. The young king also took the opportunity to reiterate to his troops their code of conduct for military operations in France. Churches and religious buildings were not to be pillaged. Clergy and women were not to be harmed unless they were clearly hostile, and rape was prohibited. Non-combatants within the English armed forces were similarly required to follow military rules, including obeying all orders from military officers. All foraging expeditions had to be authorized, and no buildings were to be pillaged or burned unless explicit commands to that effect had been received. Rules about taking hostages proved strict as well. Henry's intent for all of these rules was to build trust among the French people. He wanted them to see that he cared for his people as their true king and the new ruler of France. But there were also stringent expectations of his new subjects. The people of Harfleur, for instance, were given an ultimatum. Anyone who swore allegiance to him could remain and help rebuild the town. Those wealthy citizens who refused to swear, loyalty would be ransomed, while all poor, sick, women and children were permitted to take all they could carry and then were escorted towards the French army. At the same time, all those within the English military who were sick or injured were sent back to England, including Henry's brother Thomas, who had fallen ill with dysentery. On the 5th of October 1415, Henry held a military council to determine what his next move would be. Many of his advisors wanted to return home, having scored a substantial success in conquering Harfleur. Yet, Henry believed God wanted him to continue. So on the 8th of October, the English army broke camp at Harfleur and headed for Calais. Henry left Thomas Beaufort, Earl of Dorset, at Harfleur to hold the town with about 100 soldiers and 900 archers, along with support personnel. He also ordered the English fleet to patrol the coastline and the estuary of the River Seine. Henry had suffered losses. Historians debate how many, but his forces had been depleted. The best guess is Henry left England with roughly 12,000 fighting men, plus support personnel. After Harfleur, he had roughly 10,000 fighters left. Having then left about 1,200 men to hold Harfleur, he was returning to Calais with a total force of not much more than 9,000, along with support personnel. Henry's actions followed Edward III's playbook. His goal was to cross the Somme River at an old Roman ford near Blanchetaque. The French, knowing that history, did everything they could to stop him from crossing. They destroyed this ford and smashed other bridges and causeways all down the river, forcing Henry deeper into French territory and away from his goal of Calais. Henry also had the challenge of maintaining discipline, especially after food supplies began to run low. While some villages along the way submitted to Henry and offered food, others did not, accompanied by a few skirmishes. Then luck finally came their way. At Nesle, one of the villagers told them about an unguarded ford. Henry finally had a way to cross the Somme, which they did on the 19th of October near Agincourt. From here, the French seemed to herd the English into their chosen location for battle, yet it would all prove a disaster for the French. On the night of the 24th of October, Henry V and his English forces settled in for the night outside of the village of Maisoncelles. The French spread out near the town of Agincourt and began sending appeals out to the local nobility and gentry to send whatever military support they could. The following day, one of the most significant battles in English military history would be fought. It was named for a small town near the French forces, Agincourt. The battle would finally be joined between the English and French the following day, the 25th of October 1415, after days of the two sides shadowing each other. Strangely, the French selected a battlefield that had been ploughed and had grain sowed in it. It was about a mile in length with woods on either side, and rather than provide room for the vast numbers of French, of which there were around 12,000 troops, the shape of the field would force them into a tight squeeze before meeting the English. Fortuitously for Henry, it rained during the night, turning the field into a plain of sticky mud. Early the next morning, Henry performed his devotionals, ordered the archers to spike the field with stakes as a defense against a cavalry charge, and formed the men up into 3 groups called battles. They would move as one, with Henry commanding. The center battle dressed to attract the attention of the enemy. The French also formed up, but controversy continued to reign over who was the true leader. Nominally, the Dauphin Louis commanded. Heralds were sent to a convocation before the battle so formal medieval niceties could be adhered to. And then, they waited, neither side wanting to start the battle. Finally, Henry had enough. He gave the command to begin, startling the French with a cloud of arrows that filled the sky. The French responded with an ill-prepared cavalry charge, but since the English held up just past the narrowest part of the field, they were channeled into the stakes and another hailstorm of arrows. The sticky mud made quick maneuvers impossible, and this, combined with the French being confined to a narrow area and the devastating impact of wave after wave of arrows unleashed by the English longbows, was what would make Agincourt such a spectacular victory. In the period that followed, terrified Frenchmen and horses tried to flee, only to be trampled by the next onslaught of soldiers, cavalry, and English arrows. Bodies piled up, making it hard to move. Then, the French began to see how numbers can be a disadvantage when hand-to-hand combat started. They were so thick that they could not move to swing their swords. Slipping and sliding in the mud only exacerbated the situation. Hundreds died in the melee or were crushed. At one point, Henry's brother Humphrey was injured and fell to the ground. Henry leapt in and covered his brother against his assailant until he could be dragged away to safety. After hours of fighting, there was a pause to permit the French to regroup after the English had demolished 2 of their battles. The hostilities had not ended, or had they? Henry realized that the French had more men ready to charge in, but would they use them? He assumed it was only a matter of time. In this moment, Henry did something that not only violated the medieval rules of war, but his own rules of conduct set forth for his army. In the medieval world, unarmed prisoners, especially nobles who could be ransomed, were not to be killed. However, Henry lacked the men to watch these prisoners and feared they might join the fight, making it a two-pronged battle. So, he gave the ignoble order to massacre all of the prisoners. Despite this precaution, or perhaps because of it, the renewed charge which he feared did not happen. There was one final French cavalry charge, with the English archers responding with a cloud of arrows. Then, realizing further engagement would almost certainly only lead to more carnage, the French withdrew from the field. Only hours before, Henry and his army faced certain defeat. But with military skill, the technological superiority of the English longbow, and more than a little luck in terms of the positioning of the battle, an astonishing victory had been won by Henry over the French. The Battle of Agincourt soon became the stuff of legend. For the French, this was an unmitigated disaster, with up to 7,000 troops and auxiliaries dead and injured. Accusations of blame flew at anyone and anything to try to explain how this could have happened. During the backbiting, John the Sly, fearless, tried to take advantage of the weakened French government and made an effort to seize Paris. For the English, they gathered their injured and made a slow 3-day journey to Calais. The wounded were sent to England immediately, but Henry remained in Calais until the 16th of November, 1415. Thus, it was not until the 23rd of November that he made his triumphant parade through London, cheered on by joyous citizens. By that time, Henry was already planning his next foray into France. The victory at Agincourt and the disarray which it had created across France had opened up the possibility of an English conquest of Paris itself, and that Edward III's dream of uniting the kingdoms of England and France under one monarch could finally be achieved by his great-grandson. However, Henry was unable to follow up the campaign of 1415 with a crushing blow in 1416. First, he had to deal with the presence of Genoese ships in the English Channel who were allied with France and were determined to block English supply lines between England and Calais and Harfleur. Then, Henry's return to France was delayed by the arrival of King Sigismund to England on the 3rd of May, 1416, to negotiate for support of his efforts at the Council of Constance. In England, Henry received him warmly and treated him to the best of England. He also made Sigismund a Knight of the Garter. Then, on the 15th of August 1416, they agreed to the Treaty of Canterbury, a mutually beneficial trade and military agreement. Sigismund subsequently failed to uphold his end of this, but what the treaty did do was lend further legitimacy to Henry's claim to the French throne, as under the terms of the treaty, Sigismund declared his support. To build on this diplomatic success, Henry reaffirmed support from other quarters, including the Castilians. He even travelled to Calais to negotiate with John the Fearless to gain his support for his claim to the French throne. Henry also addressed the financial situation in England in order to fund his military needs. With all of this undertaken, he then finally returned to France in August 1417. Having landed at Torx, he began his renewed efforts by moving to take Caen in the north of the country. This siege went in a similar fashion as Harfleur, with the town surrendering on the 20th of September 1417. Soon after, the towns of Bayeux and Lisieux surrendered, and over the next few weeks, additional towns capitulated to Henry. Throughout late 1417 and early 1418, he began solidifying his control over northern France, with his brother Humphrey moving to seize the western side of Normandy in February 1418. Yet the port city of Cherbourg refused to fall, and it took a 5-month siege to finally defeat its defenders. Finally, that summer, on the 29th of July, Henry began his siege of Rouen, the capital of Normandy. It was a long, deadly affair. In December, in desperation, the Rouen townspeople expelled their starving poor, including old men, women, and children. Henry refused to show mercy by feeding them, declaring, "I did not put them there," and many died. Rouen opened its gates. In defeat on the 19th of January, 1419, Henry had successfully conquered Normandy, the duchy from which his ancestors had come to conquer England in the mid-11th century. Perhaps his dream of fulfilling Edward III's goal of conquering France was not as fantastical an ambition as many might have believed. Concern was certainly growing among the French about Henry's successes. Thus, a meeting was called for May 1419 in Melun, where the French would meet with Henry and his emissaries. Both King Charles VI and John the Fearless attended. It was the first time Henry met the woman he had sought to be his bride, Catherine. Henry reiterated his desire to have her hand in marriage, thus tying his line to that of the French monarchy. He also stated that he would hold all of the lands promised under the terms of the Treaty of Bretigny, which Edward III had concluded over half a century earlier. This would effectively have restored England to possession of much of northern and western France. The only concession Henry would offer was that he might renounce his right to the French crown if he received everything else. John the Fearless remained silent during these negotiations, and then secretly decided to betray his agreement with Henry by allying himself with the Dauphin Charles, the future King Charles VII. Thus, while both sides had now made their negotiating positions clear, little tangible was achieved by the meeting at Milan. Henry's response was swift. On the 29th of July, he sent some of his army to attack Pontoise, John the Fearless's headquarters. On the 3rd of August, the army of Henry's brother Thomas reached St. Denis, near Paris, and continued to move forward, threatening Paris itself. While this was going on, a meeting was set between the Dauphin and John. In a rare decisive moment, the Dauphin's servants murdered John. This event changed the political dynamics considerably. On the 27th of September, Henry met with the King of France and his supporters only. Henry demanded the French throne and Catherine without a dowry. He insisted that it would be ruled as two separate kingdoms, but their children would inherit the French throne by birthright. He would permit Charles VI to remain on the throne until his death. Stunningly, the French agreed. Consequently, on the 21st of May 1420, the Treaty of Troyes was officially sealed, making Henry regent of France. On the 2nd of June 1420, he then married Catherine of France at Troyes in a simple wedding. It seemed that Henry had finally conquered France over 80 years after his great-grandfather had initiated the 100 Years' War in an effort to do so. He must have felt that the task was largely complete when he entered Paris on the 1st of December 1420, for the first time in triumph. He remained there to celebrate Christmas. Yet all was not well. In France, Henry still had some mopping up to do because a few cities refused to surrender, and the Dauphin Charles continued to foment trouble. In England, people had grown tired of the war and its expense. It was time to return to England to introduce his new bride. He left his brother Thomas as his lieutenant in France. He made his way back to the coast and sailed to England, arriving in Dover on the 2nd of February 1421. Although Henry had been gone for 3 years, the kingdom had been in the capable hands of Bishop Henry Beaufort, and then the Bishop of Durham, Thomas Langley. 3 weeks after their arrival, Catherine was crowned Queen of England at Westminster Abbey. They then set out on a grand tour to show Catherine England. The tour also served as a fundraiser for his military needs in France. Yet, as Henry soon discovered, it was proving more and more difficult to continue raising large financial subsidies in England, the same problem that had eventually thwarted his great-grandfather in his efforts to conquer France. Fundraising proved harder than before. Then, on the 21st of March, 1421, Henry received shocking news. Thomas, as his acting lieutenant in France, had engaged the Dauphin Charles at the Battle of Villers-Bauget. Overly eager to claim a stunning victory of his own, Thomas had foolishly raced into battle without properly placing his troops in formation. He was killed. Several English officers were taken prisoner, and a formidable victory was won by the Dauphin and the French. This victory bolstered the confidence of the Dauphin and proved that the English were not invincible. For Henry, it was a disastrous reversal. However, he did not return immediately to France as Catherine was pregnant. Eventually, on the 9th of June 1421, Henry sailed from Dover for France. There, things declined even further. The Duke of Brittany had signed a treaty with the Dauphin, while the young Duke of Burgundy, John the Fearless's son, was also beginning to have second thoughts about his alliance with the English. Once in France, Henry set to work. He first addressed the situation at Dreux, which capitulated after about 4 weeks. He then headed to Chartres to address the siege there. Upon his arrival, the Dauphin pulled back, ending the siege, and he retreated to Tours. Henry returned to Paris and attacked sites still loyal to the Dauphin nearby. He began his siege on Meaux and Marseille in October. The weather was miserable. Dysentery and fever ravaged the troops. Morale was low. The only good news Henry received was the announcement of the birth of his son in December. He was christened Henry, like his father and grandfather. The town of Meaux fell in March 1422, and Marché en Mai Compiègne surrendered soon after. As had been the case since 1415, Henry's personal presence and military leadership in France brought victory after victory. Despite these victories, all was not well. Henry was clearly ill during his latest campaign on the continent. As with so many other royal illnesses of the time, it is difficult to know precisely what the malady was, but it seems likely that he was suffering from dysentery. The situation was serious enough by the spring of 1422 that Queen Catherine left England to be with the king, arriving in France in May. There she witnessed the further decline of her husband. On the 26th of August 1422, the situation was so drastic that Henry reviewed his will and added a codicil to address the care of his son and heir, the infant Henry, who was still short of his first birthday. He would soon be king as King Henry VI of England, for his father died in France at Château de Vincennes on the 31st of August 1422. Henry's body was taken through France in commemoration and then sent to England. He was buried at Westminster Abbey on the 7th of November 1422. Following Henry's death, a regency government was established to rule England on behalf of his infant son. This included figures such as Bishop Henry Beaufort, the Duke of Exeter, and Chancellor Thomas Langley, while Henry's widow, Queen Catherine, would also play a prominent role over the next several decades as a fierce advocate for her son. But there was trouble ahead. A regency government could never sustain the kind of military campaigning which Henry V had been able to in the 1410s and early 1420s in France. Moreover, just weeks after Henry's own death, the Dauphin Charles succeeded to the throne of France as King Charles VII. In the years that followed, as England suffered from a weak minority government, France was strengthened by Charles's effective kingship and the appearance of Joan of Arc as a heroine of the French side in the war in the late 1420s. Then, when Henry VI finally came of age, he proved to be mentally unstable. Thus, England faced major political crises from the 1440s onwards. All of this saw the English war effort collapse in France. In 1451, the city of Bordeaux, the capital of the English presence in Gascony, fell to Charles VII's armies, and following the Battle of Castillon in 1453, England was expelled from all its territories in France, other than the town of Calais and its hinterland. While this would remain in English hands until the 1550s, 1453 is typically viewed as marking the end of the 100 Years' War. Moreover, as Henry VI's mental collapse worsened in the 1450s, England itself was plunged into civil war, the famed Wars of the Roses, for the next 30 years. Henry V is one of England's most lionized kings. Much of that reputation rests on the spectacular English victory at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, and the fact that English arms and political power in France peaked in the years that followed. There is no doubting that Henry was a dynamic king and an effective military campaigner, and that this allowed him to succeed in this way. But other issues need to be taken into account in any appraisal of his short reign. If Henry succeeded in this way in France, it was to a large extent owing to the French being massively divided, due to the psychological frailty of their long-reigning king, Charles VI. It was owing to Charles's incapacity as king and the civil war, which it provoked in France in the 1400s, that Henry was able to succeed so spectacularly there between 1415 and 1422. When the tables were reversed thereafter, the war flipped in France's favour again. What is perhaps most striking is that Henry faced the same issues which his great-grandfather, Edward III, had, namely, the inability of the English government to pay for a sustained war against France. Had he lived longer, it seems likely that Henry would have succeeded where the regency government for his son failed. In this sense, Henry's legacy largely rests on his premature death. What do you think of Henry V? Does his victory at Agincourt make him England's greatest warrior king? Or was his victory against the French a carbon copy of the tactics used by Edward III and the Black Prince? The man known to history as King Henry VI was born on the 6th of December, 1421, during the waning years of the 100 Years' War. His birth, however, marked the beginning of a new chapter in English history, one filled with both promise and profound challenges for the young king. Henry's mother, Catherine of Valois, was born on October 27, 1401, in Paris, the youngest daughter of King Charles VI of France and Isabeau of Bavaria. Catherine's early life remains somewhat obscure, but she was well placed within the French royal family, being the sister of Charles VII. At the age of 18, she would marry Henry VI's father, King Henry V, on June 2, 1420, a union that would ultimately have far-reaching political consequences for both France and England. Henry V, born on September 16, 1386, had not originally been in the direct line of succession. However, after his father, Henry Bolingbroke, deposed Richard II in 1399 and became Henry IV, the first Lancastrian king, Henry V's position in the succession was secured. In time, he was made Prince of Wales and would go on to play a key role in the 100 Years' War. His military prowess became legendary, particularly after his stunning victory at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, which broke the truce negotiated by Richard II. This victory reaffirmed his claim to the French throne through his descent from Edward III, and it reignited the ongoing conflict between England and France. Henry V's campaign in France culminated in 1420 with the signing of the Treaty of Troyes, which recognized him as the heir to the French throne. This victory was secured through his alliance with the Burgundians against the Armagnacs. However, just as his conquests seemed to promise a lasting legacy, tragedy struck. In 1421, after the death of his brother Thomas at Beaujeu, Henry returned to France to continue the campaign, only to fall ill with dysentery. 3 months later, on August 31, 1422, he died at the castle of Vincennes, having never met his infant son. With the death of Henry V, England found itself in a precarious position. As Henry VI's birth had occurred just months before his father's death, the infant prince inherited the crown as King Henry VI. The young king, however, was incapable of ruling. His father, in his final moments, had made provisions to ensure the protection and upbringing of his son. Henry's will appointed his brother, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, as the keeper of the realm, but the role of regent would fall to the Duke of Exeter, Thomas Beaufort, who had been assigned to guide the young king's rule. In France, the regency was handed over to Henry's eldest brother, John, Duke of Bedford. Despite the provisions in Henry V's will, tensions arose over the distribution of power. Many questioned the suitability of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, to serve as regent in England. Humphrey, a man of ambition and strong opinions, was unable to fully claim the regency. Despite his repeated arguments, the position of chief counsellor was his, but without the authority of a full regent. Instead, this power was largely given to John when he was in England, as the Duke of Bedford was tasked with safeguarding Henry VI's interests in France. To manage the kingdom during Henry VI's infancy, a council was formed, which included Henry Beaufort, the Bishop of Winchester, among others. This council would steer the kingdom until Henry came of age and could take on the responsibilities of ruling himself. Yet, the seeds of future conflict were sown in these early years, as power struggles within the royal family, coupled with the ongoing wars in France, created a volatile political environment. Shortly after the death of his father, Charles VI of France died, and by virtue of the Treaty of Troyes, Henry now succeeded to the throne of France at still less than a year old. However, this was not accepted throughout the whole of France, as Dauphin Charles's claim to the throne was acknowledged by the Armagnacs, who still held sway in central and southern France. The Dauphin, although disinherited by the Treaty of Troyes, was proclaimed Charles VII on the 30th of October, 1422. As was usual, Catherine, although involved in her son's upbringing and choice of servants, was not his principal carer. He was placed under the control of Elizabeth Ryman and cared for by a small team of nurses, before being given over to the care of a new governess, Lady Alice Butler. She was to begin his teaching in courtesy, discipline, and other appropriate matters, and was given provision to provide reasonable chastisement without reprisals to the young king when necessary. Henry would make his first appearance in public life shortly before his second birthday at the opening of Parliament. This long-held tradition of the monarch being present for the opening of Parliament is still upheld today, although in a somewhat modernized form. In June 1428, Richard Beauchamp, the Earl of Warwick, was appointed as Henry's guardian to continue his education in matters of kingship, piety, and martial arts. Records remain of 2 little coat armors made for him at 7 years old, and that he was given a long-bladed sword for to learn the king to play in his tender age. But such was the efficacy of his education by Lady Alice already. At this time that in March 1428, his ruling council estimated that he would be able to take a more active hand in governance in just a few years. However, this statement also alludes to the friction within the council caused by Gloucester's continual seeking of power and offered a form of resistance to him. During this first decade of Henry's life, the war in France against the Armagnacs continued under his uncle John, Duke of Bedford. In August 1424, Bedford and his English and Norman forces assembled on the Verneuil Plain in Normandy, heavily outnumbered by the combined force of the French and Scots, who were allied to the Armagnacs at this time. The initial assault by the Lombard cavalry broke through the English lines, but after a hard-fought battle, Bedford's forces prevailed, marking the high point of the English campaign. It is estimated that almost half of the assembled French force died on the field that day. The battles continued to push back the Armagnacs, and in late 1428, the siege of Orléans began. However, their earlier success would not be repeated. Thomas Montacute, Earl of Salisbury, who had been present by Bedford's side in France for many years, was killed early on during the siege. Despite being replaced by a competent commander, the English couldn't storm the heavily fortified city. The appearance of Joan of Arc, first in the court of Charles VII in February 1429, and then at Orléans in April, would signal their upcoming defeat. Joan and her retinue entered the town easily despite the English blockade, and after only 4 days of fighting, the English lifted the siege and retreated on the 8th of May. Further battles would follow where Joan was present, with many English supporting, towns capitulating in the face of her advancing force, including Reims in July. Reims had long been considered a holy site, as it was in the cathedral of this city where the kings were consecrated with the holy oil. And so, with its capitulation, Charles entered Reims on the 16th of July, and his coronation and anointing took place the next day, on the 17th of July 1429. Henry's councillors realized that a strong response was necessary following the coronation of Charles and the defeats at the hands of Joan of Arc. It was decided that Henry, despite his age, should be crowned, and so preparations began. His coronation would take place on the 6th of November 1429 at Westminster, but this on its own would not be enough, and so on the 23rd of April 1430, Henry set out for France alongside the Earl of Warwick, accompanied by a retinue of over 300 and an army at his back. Henry stayed first in Calais until the route to Rouen had been secured before setting out, and arrived in the city at the end of July. It is noted that upon his arrival in Rouen, he was greeted by a cheering crowd, and the noise was such that Henry asked that it be stopped, perhaps giving an indication of a sensitive nature. He was to remain there until such time as it was safe to make the journey to Paris, and to this end would be in Rouen for over a year. Early into his stay in France, Joan of Arc was captured in May 1430 by the Burgundians at the siege of Compiègne. She would later be sold to the English, tried for heresy, and burnt at the stake in Rouen in May 1431. Although Henry was in Rouen at the same time as the trial took place, it is unclear whether he was present for any of the proceedings. It was at some point around this time that Catherine married her second husband, the Welsh Owen Tudor, in secret. Their first child, Edmund, would be born shortly after they were married. They would have 2 more sons, Jasper and Owen, and a daughter of whom little is known. Owen, as a Welshman, was granted letters of denizenship by Parliament in 1432, but the marriage was kept out of the public sphere. Henry finally arrived in Paris in December of 1431. His coronation took place on the 16th of December, but by all accounts, it was a hurried affair. The ceremony was performed by the now Cardinal Beaufort rather than a French bishop, and the feast that followed the ceremony was said to be disappointing. However, it is likely that the coronation was somewhat overshadowed, as just 3 days before, Philip, Duke of Burgundy, had concluded a truce with Charles VII that would last for the next 6 years. Henry left France on the 29th of January 1432 and would never return. During the years 1432-1436, the king was still in his minority. However, Henry was clearly starting to realize his position, and in 1432, Warwick requested more power within his guardianship of the boy to protect himself from defiance on the part of Henry and any possible punishment amounting from his chastisements. At the same time, he also requested that those men of questionable virtues be kept apart from Henry to keep from influencing the impressionable young king. There was still friction among the council at this time, much of it involving Gloucester and Cardinal Beaufort, which was moderated in some part by Bedford. Their differences had been clear throughout their time serving together, but now it was their views on the continuing war in France that would come to the fore. Gloucester's views differed greatly from Beaufort's. There had been talk of making peace with the Armagnacs off and on for some years, but it wasn't until late 1435 that serious efforts to this end were made with the Congress of Arras in August and September 1435. The Congress, led by Beaufort, would not bring about peace, and just a week after it ended, Bedford died on the 14th of September. Another week after that, on the 21st of September, a treaty between the Burgundians and French was sealed, declaring the Burgundians' defection from the side of the English. The capture of Paris followed in April 1436. Henry attended his first council meeting in October 1435 in response to the failure of Arras and began taking an active role in government, although still guided by his councillors. But the roles played by Beaufort and Gloucester in trying to secure their influence over Henry, more so since Bedford's death, would serve to mould the king into someone who depended on others to tell him what to do, rather than allowing him to become a man confident in his own decisions. Another prominent influence in his life, Warwick, his guardian of almost 8 years, resigned the position in May 1436, with no replacement. By the end of July 1436, Henry signed his first warrant, a grant to Beaufort just days after Gloucester left for Calais. Henry continued through 1436 and 1437 to issue warrants, still alongside his council, rewarding and patronizing many of those that had been among his household through the years, with new roles within government and prominent positions in the kingdom. This included William de la Pole, the Earl of Suffolk, who had been steward of the household since 1433. Suffolk was appointed as chief steward of the Duchy of Lancaster, and like Beaufort and Gloucester, would become a major influence in Henry's reign. In 1437, the council tentatively began to consult the king on matters of appointment, where it was said he deferred to their advice. In mid-1437, Henry asserted his piety in siding with Pope Eugenius IV against the Council of Basel. He also shared Beaufort's views that making peace in France would be preferable to continuing the conflict, giving Beaufort the opportunity to further exert his influence over the king. On the 12th of November 1437, a great council was convened, and Henry announced his intention to step fully into his role as king whilst keeping his counsel. But 1437 not only marked Henry's step into ruling. His mother, Catherine, had fallen ill in 1436 and moved to Bermondsey Abbey later that year, where she was tended to, but she would die on the 3rd of January. Her 2 eldest sons and half-brothers to Henry would be placed in the care of Suffolk's sister, Catherine de la Pole, abbess of Barking Abbey, possibly at the suggestion of Suffolk to the king, whilst Owen Tudor would be imprisoned for 2 years. During Henry's minority, the kingdom's finances were already under strain from the continuing war in France, and frequently expenditure outstripped the income. On top of this, the crown inherited debt not only from Henry V, but also from Henry IV, which the council was slow to rectify. On many occasions, the crown found itself in need of aid, and so they borrowed extensively. Cardinal Beaufort was one of their principal lenders. A vastly wealthy man, he had already been lending to the crown under Henry V. Now, stepping into his reign, Henry's generosity to his expanding household in granting many patronages would further undermine attempts to balance the books. Early signs of the poor attention he gave to matters of rule, and perhaps something of a lack of understanding of resources, can be seen when he willingly signed a number of petitions which directly impoverished the crown and weakened the local governing of parts of the realm. These grants continued throughout his reign, and coupled with military expenditure and a worsening economy, would continue to adversely affect the finances of the realm. Despite attempts by the council to curb Henry's generosity, the worsening financial situation would contribute, in time, to rebellion. Although very willing to hand out grants of office, Henry lacked knowledge on the finer diplomatic points of his actions and realm. In 1441, among the many grants he handed out was the stewardship of the Duchy of Cornwall to the Earl of Devon, who'd made a petition to the king. Lord Bonville had been appointed royal steward in Cornwall for life in 1437, of which the Duchy of Cornwall fell within the bounds. The two men were already feuding at the time. Shortly after this appointment, Henry was forced to write to Devon and ask that he not take up the office until further discussions had taken place in the council, a request which Devon refused. Following violence between the parties, later in the year both men would give up the stewardships, and although the exact outcome of an arbitration in the following year is unknown, Devon still regarded himself as the rightful steward. This situation was not uncommon, and it has been suggested that in some cases, Henry was uncertain whether the grants he made could be implemented, as many of them carried a caveat that they should only take effect if an identical patent had not already been issued. In a number of cases, duplicated grants that were contested by the newer party, or those that were overgenerous, would have to be formally cancelled by members of the government. Throughout the 1440s, Henry also frequently interfered with justice. The court process during this period was complicated, and it was a difficult and long process for many to attain justice. Many cases would be referred to the King's Council, where the lower courts could not or would not make a judgment. Throughout this period, Henry issued many pardons for wide-ranging crimes, including attempted rape and murder, further undermining the struggling justice system. The immediate years following his minority were spent in the pursuit of peace with France, despite ongoing military campaigns, of which Henry showed little in the way of decisive leadership. Indeed, it was noted that his interference in matters concerning France often proved a hindrance. Abortive attempts were made in 1438, before the Congress of Oyer began in the summer of 1439, but would conclude only with a truce with the Burgundians. However, there was still the possibility of further discussions, as the talks had not been formally terminated. And so, in 1440, Henry revisited the option of releasing the Duke of Orléans, who had been a prisoner in England since the Battle of Agincourt. Gloucester was staunchly against this idea, but with his militaristic attitude, his influence was waning, and it was the arguments of Beaufort and Archbishop Kemp, alongside advice from Suffolk, that swayed the king. It has been said that ultimately, Henry's decision to free Orléans lacked substance and was driven by his deep convictions for peace, given his lack of interest in military matters. Nevertheless, the first part of Orléans' ransom was raised by the French, and he was released later that year at the beginning of November, but would quickly fail in his mission to broker a peace. It appears that Henry's mind was in part elsewhere during the negotiations when, in September of 1440 and February of 1441, he founded Eton College and King's College, Cambridge, and involved himself in the supervision of their building. Eton was dedicated to the Virgin Mary, and these acts of founding acted as much in the king's interest of education as it did his piety. Such was his interest in education, more than that of any other king, that there are records of Henry donating many of his own books to All Souls College in Oxford and King's Hall, Cambridge. In this promotion of education, he felt akin to Alfred the Great, and such was his admiration for Alfred that he dedicated much time and effort in 1442 to having him canonized, although his efforts would ultimately fail. It was in 1441 that Gloucester's influence over the king would finally come to an end when his second wife, Eleanor Cobham, with ambitions to be queen, sought the advice of astrologers and necromancers who predicted that Henry would succumb to sickness in the summer of 1441. Rumours of this soon circulated, and in July she was arrested. She was forcibly divorced from Gloucester and imprisoned for the rest of her life. Gloucester's reputation would never recover. In 1443, after the failure of peace talks and further French victories, the decision was made to send another expedition to France. Both Normandy and the long-held Duchy of Gascony needed relief, but the treasury could not support two expeditions, and so eventually Gascony was selected, the force to be led by the first Duke of Somerset, John Beaufort. It has been suggested that the decision to undertake the campaign was down to Cardinal Beaufort, Indeed, Somerset was his nephew, but the campaign would end in failure. Somerset would die soon after his return to England, and Beaufort would retire from active duties as counsellor, although he would still continue to exert some influence and offer informal counsel. Without the influences of Gloucester and Beaufort, Suffolk now moved to the fore. Given the perilous financial situation within England, drained further by the ongoing war, a peace was needed, and so, at the insistence of Henry, but not without some reluctance, Suffolk travelled to France in early 1444 to negotiate a marriage with Margaret of Anjou, the niece of Charles VII. Before departing, however, Suffolk made sure to protect himself and asked for a public declaration that neither he nor his colleagues would be held responsible should they fail, which Henry duly granted. The negotiations concluded on the 22nd of May, resulting in the betrothal of Margaret to Henry on the 24th, and the sealing of a 2-year truce on the 28th. Suffolk acted as proxy during the betrothal ceremony, and on his return to England, was richly rewarded, first with the wardship of Margaret Beaufort, the deceased Somerset's daughter, and later in the year was raised to the rank of Marquess. Suffolk would return to France at the end of 1404 to continue the negotiations, and early in 1445 once again acted as proxy for Henry in his wedding to Margaret at Nancy. Margaret arrived in England in April, where, after recovering from a period of illness that had begun in France and was made worse by the sea crossing, she journeyed to Titchfield Abbey and was married to Henry on the 22nd of April 1445. Margaret would stay at one of Cardinal Beaufort's manors for a short time before making her way to London, where she arrived on the 28th of May and was crowned 2 days later. Rumours abounded, however, that during the negotiations, Suffolk had been instructed by the king to cede land to the French, and although he would report to Parliament that this was not the case, his reputation suffered. Suffolk kept his position, and over the ensuing years would increase his influence at court when many of his own men were appointed to prominent positions within the council. The marriage seems to have been a happy one, and the king was generous, with his wife buying her jewels and horses, and in 1448 he allowed her to found Queen's College, Cambridge. They spent much time together in the royal palaces, but despite this, it would be 8 years before a child was born of their union. Why it took the couple so long to produce an heir is unknown, but Henry was said to be of a prudish nature. Accounts survive of a visit to Bath in 1449, where he was said to be shocked and embarrassed to see men and women bathing naked together. Another similar event occurred at a Christmas pageant, which featured women with bared breasts, to which the king is said to have stormed out at the sight. Following his wedding, Henry actively sought peace with Charles VII. Both rulers were said to be enthusiastic about making an agreement, but only extensions to the truce were concluded. When the first of the French envoys arrived in London in Seine, 1445, Henry is noted to have greeted them personally, showing almost excessive friendliness towards them. Although much of the negotiations took place between envoys, Henry did assert that he was happy to travel to France to speak in person to Charles. However, this meeting would never come to pass. Throughout the war, whenever peace was on the table, the English had been unwilling to cede land, but this was about to change. In December 1445, Henry wrote to Charles that he was willing to cede Maine to the French in the pursuit of peace between them. This act by Henry was in response to envoys from Charles and Duke René, Margaret's father, and in return would enact a 20-year truce. Henry, acting on his own initiative, personally authorized the document, although in some part he was said to have been influenced by his wife in coming to this decision. The move by Henry was deeply unpopular and resisted by the English commanders in France. The original date for the session was to be the 30th of April 1446, but this day came and went without the land being handed over. Opposition to the current French policy in England was led, predictably, by Gloucester, who had always maintained a stance of not ceding any territory. A parliament, originally scheduled to take place in Cambridge, was rearranged to meet in Bury. St Edmunds, a stronghold of Suffolk's influence, and Gloucester was summoned to attend. Rumours that Gloucester was plotting against Henry had seemingly been spread, and the king apparently believed them, for on Gloucester's arrival on the 18th of February 1447, he was denied access to the king and told to go instead to his lodgings. Gloucester was arrested later that day on a dubious charge of treason, but would not face trial until 5 days later, and on the 23rd of February, he was found dead. There has been some suggestion that Suffolk, along with others, persuaded the king of his uncle's intentions to raise the Welsh against him, as Gloucester had holdings there. But it is likely that Suffolk's true intent was to silence opposition to the French policy that he was now pursuing, albeit without the intention of the Duke's death. In order to prevent rumours of foul play, his body was displayed in church. In the following months, a number of those arrested alongside him were tried and sentenced to death by hanging, drawing, and quartering. But in a show of mercy and compassion, Henry pardoned them as the executions were taking place, and even allowed the return of their confiscated possessions and estates. But in years to come, the myth of the good Duke Humphrey would cause many to believe that those in the king's service had conspired to bring about his death, damaging the standing of the king. There would be another prominent death for Henry in the same year, when the 72-year-old Cardinal Beaufort died on the 11th of April 1447. Both Henry and his queen were remembered in Beaufort's will, and were bequeathed a number of items, as well as provision for substantial donations to Eton and King's College. But there was still opposition from his commanders in France. Henry authorized his new king's commissioners to use force if necessary, to take custody of the holdings in Maine, in preparation for the session, in his fervent pursuit of peace. Finally, after much back and forth and dragging of heels by those appointed by Henry to facilitate the session, Maine was given over in March 1448, but not without a show of force by Charles, who briefly laid siege to Le Mans. Ultimately, the extended truce granted by the session would be short-lived, and in the ensuing years, Henry would lose control of both Normandy and Gascony, following an attack on the Breton town of Fougères by the English in March 1449. This attack was launched on the pretext of freeing the pro-English Gilles, brother to the Duke of Brittany and a great childhood friend of Henry, and was orchestrated by Suffolk and the second Duke of Somerset, Edmund Beaufort. The attack led to a French declaration of war in July. Other monarchs, such as Henry's own father, would have seized on the opportunity to lead a force to recapture the territory lost to the French. But this was not the case for Henry, and there is no suggestion of such an idea ever having been raised at the time. The 100 Years' War would come to an end with a French victory in 1453. Henry's mismanagement of funds over the years and his fiscal prioritization of domestic projects and patronages rather than the war effort, along with a lack of military leadership, can in part be blamed for the English defeat. It was during this tumultuous time that the downfall of Suffolk and other prominent members of the council came about. In the years leading up to 1450, Suffolk's influence in court was prominent as fewer councillors attended meetings, and it has been suggested that he was attempting to strengthen his line by betrothing his eldest son to Margaret Beaufort. Owing to the situation in France and the loss of Rouen in October, Parliament was called late in 1449, and soon they were seeking a scapegoat for this disastrous turn of events. Dissatisfaction with the handling of France and anger over the loss of long-held territories was rife throughout the country. The first victim of the dissatisfaction was the keeper of the Privy Seal, Bishop Adam Molines, one of Suffolk's most fervent supporters, who was murdered in Portsmouth on the 9th of January 1450 by a soldier set to embark for France to go to the aid of Normandy. When Parliament reconvened after Christmas late in January of 1450, Suffolk declared his loyalty to the Crown, but 4 days later, the House of Commons petitioned for his arrest. He was impeached on the 7th of February, with many spurious charges, including treason, laid against him. On the 9th of March, Suffolk denied all charges before the King and Parliament. Finding himself in a difficult position, Henry would deal with the matter himself, and on the 17th of March, the Lords of Parliament and Suffolk gathered in his personal chamber. Suffolk once again protested his innocence, and Henry dismissed the charge of treason, but found him guilty of lesser charges and sentenced him to banishment for 5 years in an effort to protect him. Suffolk was removed from London during the night of the 19th of March, but despite the secrecy, he was hounded part of the way to his estate in Suffolk by a group of Londoners. 2 days later, there was rioting in London. Due to start his banishment on the 1st of May, he took ship from Ipswich heading for Calais, where he would continue his journey to the Duke of Burgundy's lands in the Low Countries, but his ships were intercepted in the Straits of Dover. He was taken aboard a ship called the Nicholas of the Tower, where he was held for a short while before being beheaded on the 2nd of May 1450, his body lay on a Dover beach, and it was said that his head was placed on a pole next to it. Given the unrest, when Parliament resumed on the 29th of April after the Easter break, it was held in Leicester, and the king would be in attendance. The issue of resumption had been put forward in previous sessions of Parliament, but initially, Henry resisted any major implementation and insisted that his previous grants should stand so that his credibility would not suffer further. Now, in this latest session, the issue was raised again by the Commons. In an effort to take back a portion of lost revenue, a bill was put forward that would revert hereditary grants to life grants, thus returning land to the Crown upon death. This bill pertained to all grants made by Henry since the start of his reign, but with some exemptions, as patronage had always been a part of a king's rule. It wasn't until the 6th of May, when news of Suffolk's death reached them, that the king accepted the bill. But in the coming month, nearly 200 exemptions would be attached to it, thus defeating its purpose. The issue of resumption would be raised again in the next year's session of Parliament, 1450-51, given the failings of the first. Fewer exemptions would be made, but this time Eton and King's College were not entirely exempt, as their grants were heavily burdening the Crown. Also, within this bill, Parliament tried to curtail the king in his future patronages by proposing that all future grants were to be examined by the 3 principal officers of state and a minimum of 6 councillors who would have the power to authorise them. However, Henry refused to give his consent to this part of the Act, as he did not want his own initiatives restricted. Further exemptions were added to the bill before it was eventually passed by the king and proved to be somewhat more effective than the first bill in the return of revenue to the Crown. It was the very issue that resumption was trying to solve that led in part to the disaffection within the realm. Losses in France, the financial situation, and ill feeling towards those among Henry's councillors, whom it was thought used their positions to benefit themselves, all added to growing tensions. Criticism had not been levelled at Henry, but the deaths of 2 of his closest advisors and feelings towards others highlighted just how little control he had. This disaffection was felt heavily in Kent, where a combination of French raids on the coast, slow recompense for the soldiers passing through the county to and from France, and the rumour that Kent was to be punished for Suffolk's death, all added up to the beginning of a rebellion in late May of 1450, led by Jack Cade, also known as John Cade. Cade would also go under the alias John Mortimer, perhaps in an attempt to link himself to the Duke of York. News of the rebellion reached Parliament in Leicester on the 6th of June, and shortly after, Henry returned to London, but not before arrangements were made for 2 separate commissions of lords to quash the uprising. Before the forces could be raised, however, the rebels journeyed to Blackheath, arriving on the 11th of June where they made camp. Initially, the plan was to suppress them, and Henry announced that he would accompany those charged with this duty to confront the rebels, but was soon persuaded by his councillors to change his mind after an assessment of their strength was made. Despite swearing loyalty, part of their demands was to see the removal of certain powerful men that surrounded the king. They were instead offered a pardon to return to their lands and so dismissed negotiations. When Henry changed his mind again and decided to go heavily armed to Blackheath, they found on their arrival on the 18th of June that the rebels had withdrawn back to Kent. A small force of around 400 was sent in pursuit, but were ambushed, and many were killed near Tunbridge. Those who survived fled. They were in turn pursued by a larger force who pushed through Kent indiscriminately, which only served to bolster the resolve of the rebels. Meanwhile, a growing number of those loyal to the Crown threatened to defect unless certain high-ranking members within the king's circle, who they considered traitors, were arrested. Henry capitulated to their demands and ordered the arrest of Lord Sayre on the 19th of June. Sayre was a long-serving member of the council and had been one of Suffolk's supporters. The next day, Henry would publicly encourage the arrest of others, who were considered traitors. Henry returned to Westminster and secretly summoned Lord Sayre from the Tower, likely an effort to offer his protection, as he had done with Suffolk. But this order was refused by the constable. As the situation deteriorated and men defected to Cade, discussions were held in which Henry was persuaded to withdraw from London, and so, on the 25th of June, he left and made his way to Kenilworth Castle. Henry called for forces to be bolstered at Kenilworth for his protection, but made no effort to send troops to London. 69 years earlier, in 1381, Richard II had confronted the leaders of the peasants' revolt. Now it seemed that Henry's mind had changed again and had no further intention to do so, choosing to flee instead. The defence of London was now in the hands of the mayor and common council. With news of the king's departure, the rebels turned back to London and encamped in Southwark, just to the south of London Bridge, but initially were unable to enter London itself. The king's abandonment of the city had a demoralising effect on those left to defend it, and when another rising occurred in Essex, rebel numbers were soon bolstered. Cade would cross the bridge on the 3rd of July, and despite previous pronouncements of keeping the king's peace, demonstrated by the beheading of one of his offending officers, he would involve himself in acts of criminality. As a conciliatory act to quell the disaffection, Henry, on the 1st of July, nominated a commission of Oyer and Terminer to deal with those named as traitors. Cade was present for these sessions at the Guildhall. Many of those brought into the sessions were condemned, including Lord Say, who was brought from the Tower and denied the right to be tried by his peers, and William Cromer, Sheriff of Kent, and Say's son-in-law. Say and Cromer were condemned and executed, and alongside many others, their heads were placed on spikes and paraded through the city. Say's lifeless body was dragged through the streets as they made their way to Southwark, attached to Cade's saddle. But it seems the Londoners had had enough, and on the night of the 5th of July, they fought the rebels and prevented them from crossing the bridge back into the city, eventually being able to close the gate, barring them from entering. The victory had been costly, and many citizens lay dead after the fight. Negotiations quickly followed, with the Queen offering a pardon to Cade. Following further negotiations and the receiving of petitions from the rebels, they were given charters of pardon. Many within the rebel force took up the offer of the pardon, but Cade shunned it and crossed back into Kent. He was proclaimed a traitor on the 10th of July, with a bounty of 1,000 marks placed on him, and the spoils he had taken were seized and sold off to raise funds. He was captured in Heathfield, Sussex on the 12th of July and died of wounds sustained in his apprehension. His naked body was brought back to Southwark, beheaded, and his head displayed on London Bridge. His body was drawn through the city before being quartered. Henry returned to London towards the end of July. Unrest continued in the southeast, and so another commission of Oyer and Terminer was appointed to investigate those in connection with the complainants from Kent. Many royal officials and Kent landowners were brought before the justices, but their punishments, for those who were found guilty, were light. Similarly, those who continued with the rebellion, having shunned the pardon, were sought to make a show that treason would not be tolerated. But despite this, the trouble and dissension with royal officials continued well into 1451, spilling over into other areas across the country. Amidst the turmoil in 1450, Richard, Duke of York, the king's cousin, returned from Ireland, where he'd been lieutenant since December 1447, a post he'd previously held in France after Bedford's death. Unduly disturbed by the references to York throughout the rebellion, orders were issued by Henry's usher of the chambers to delay York's landing. So when he attempted to land at Beaumari in Anglesey, he was denied and would instead land further down the Welsh coast. When he eventually reached London on the 27th of September, he met with Henry briefly and would stay in the city for 2 weeks. During this time, they communicated through a series of bills in which York rebuffed those he had been associated with during the rebellion and offered to take a leading hand in government to quell the disquiet. Henry acknowledged York as his loyal subject and beloved cousin, but instead of accepting his proposal, he stated that a new council was to be established, which York was to be a part of. After only 2 weeks, York left London to tour his estates in the Midlands before Parliament opened in November. On the 3rd of December of 1450, in order to quell the unrest that was rife in London, Henry and a great number of the lords rode out through the city. It seemed that this parade had the desired effect, and tempers cooled. York was dispatched to punish the rebels still in Kent and Sussex later that month. Later in 1451, during the same session of Parliament, Henry refused the attainder against the deceased Suffolk proposed by the Commons, and would appoint York's rival Somerset as Captain of Calais. In what was to be the final session of Parliament, the issue of succession was raised by Thomas Young, an ally of York. As the king had so far failed to produce an heir, and with Bedford and Gloucester dead, there was no clear successor to Henry. Both Somerset and York had claims, but Thomas put it to Parliament that York should be acknowledged as heir presumptive, and the Commons refused to continue with any other business until York had been named. Henry was stirred to action and had Thomas arrested and sent to the Tower, and immediately dissolved Parliament. York was dealt a further blow in 1452 when the Speaker of the previous Parliament session and one of York's allies, William Oldhall, was forcibly removed by order of Somerset from sanctuary at St. Martin-le-Grand Church. He was charged with looting possessions from Somerset's property during the trouble in 1450, but also with the spurious charge of plotting against the king on York's behalf. This only served to inflame the feud that already existed between York and Somerset, who was by now a leading member of the government and firmly in Henry's favour. York gathered a host and marched to Dartford, intent on removing Somerset, who for his part gathered a great number of the lords and the king himself, and went out to meet York, making camp at Blackheath. Negotiations were held at the beginning of March, and York laid out his grievances, most of which were against Somerset, but failed to gain the support of the king and lordly retinue. York was returned to London, and 2 weeks later made to swear a humiliating oath of allegiance to the crown in St. Paul's Cathedral. Following this, Somerset's influence grew in Parliament, whereas York would lose the lieutenancy of Ireland to a man he had once considered an ally, but who now moved towards Somerset's sphere of influence. The remainder of 1452 was spent in the continued effort to put an end to those rebels still at large in Kent, to which end many were executed and their heads displayed on London Bridge. Although Henry would issue another general pardon to all those but the murderers of the bishops Molines and Ayscough, he would also embark on a judicial tour of lands held by York, making himself visible to the populace, and took a hand in dispensing justice to those involved in the attempted uprising as one of the commissioners of Oyer and Terminer. Henry accepted many petitions during this time, but some, at the direction of Somerset, were forced to submit to the king while others were hanged. In October, they would see some success in France when Bordeaux was retaken, having been captured by the French the year before. But although there had been some discussion of Henry joining the campaign earlier in the year, this once again didn't happen. In November, Henry raised Edmund and Jasper Tudor to the earldoms of Richmond and Pembroke, positions that had once been held by his uncles Bedford and Gloucester. In early 1453, Parliament accepted a petition to formally acknowledge the boys as the king's half-brothers. The wardship of Margaret Beaufort was given to the brothers, and Edmund would marry her in November 1455. At 13 years old, she would give birth to her only son, Henry Tudor, on the 28th of January, 1457. More good news graced the court in 1453, when it was announced that Queen Margaret was pregnant with a long-awaited heir. Henry was generous in granting a reward to the messenger that brought him the news. But the modest recovery of Henry's rule was short-lived when news came of a terrible defeat in France in July. Just a short while later, in early August 1453, Henry collapsed into a catatonic state while at the Royal Hunting Lodge in Clarendon. Henry's precise illness has not been identified, but has been termed a severe mental collapse, which left him completely incapacitated and in no way able to rule, even in appearance. It was said that he recognized no one, could not speak, nor clean or feed himself. His grandfather, Charles VI of France, had suffered bouts of madness during his life, where he would become violent, among other symptoms, but there is no suggestion that Henry suffered in this way. Initially, Henry's sickness was kept secret, but this state could not continue when he failed to recover after some weeks. Finally, after the birth of Henry's only child, Edward, on the 13th of October 1453, a great council was summoned, and among the High Lords, the Duke of York was invited to attend. Although he was encouraged to put aside his differences with Somerset in attendance at the council, York seized his chance to bring about Somerset's downfall. When the Duke of Norfolk launched a verbal attack accusing Somerset of treason for losses in France and demanding his imprisonment at York's request, the Lords consented, capitulating to the aggressiveness of the attack. York now stepped to the fore but would be challenged by Queen Margaret, who in January 1454 put forth her claim to the regency. However, this was rejected outright by both Houses of Parliament, before they made a concession and named Edward as Prince of Wales on the 15th of March. On the 27th of March, York was named as Protector of the Realm and Chief Counsellor. During his term as Protector, York would appoint himself Captain of Calais, reclaim his Lieutenancy of Ireland, and appoint some of his own allies to the council, including Richard, Neville, Earl of Salisbury, as Chancellor. Henry finally recovered by Christmas 1454, although he had no memory of his period of illness, and straight away ordered gifts of thanks to be delivered to the shrine in Canterbury for his recovery. Henry acknowledged his son, ensuring the succession, and would quickly undo much of what York had enacted as Protector. Somerset was released from the Tower and soon resumed his position within government, reclaiming the titles of Captain of Calais and Constable of England from York. The Duke of Exeter, imprisoned by York for his part in the violent feud between the Percys and Nevilles, was ordered to be released, and Salisbury was removed as Chancellor. The Protectorate was formally ended, and with York and his allies sidelined and fearing victimization, they left London and began raising an army. The initial intention by York and his allies was not to go to war, only to remove the traitors from around the king, namely Somerset and his allies. News of the approaching force prompted Henry to send a small delegation to negotiate with York, but to no avail. Henry and the court had been due to travel to Leicester for a great council on the 21st of May, but now it was decided to divert to St. Albans to gather reinforcements before proceeding to Leicester. They were still a short distance from St. Albans. On the morning of the 22nd of May, when news arrived that York was not far away, with a larger force than their own. With this news, Henry appointed Humphrey, Duke of Buckingham, as Constable of England, a conciliatory action in the hope that York would be willing to negotiate with someone other than Somerset. The king's party continued on, but York reached St. Albans first. Negotiations began in the king's name by Buckingham and Somerset, but it seems that Henry took no part in them, in stark contrast to the way he threw himself into making peace with France years earlier. It has been said that he seemed to show signs of confusion at this time, but after only an hour, the Earl of Warwick, on the side of York, grew impatient and launched an attack on the town's barricades. Initially, the defenders held out until they were flanked by Warwick's men. Somerset and Henry Percy were killed, and Henry, still under his banner in the marketplace, was wounded in the neck, but took no active part in the fighting. Henry hid in a tanner's house and was soon captured by York and taken to the abbey. He was not harmed by his captors, for York was fighting for, not against, the king. With Somerset dead, York, accompanied by Salisbury and Warwick, took Henry to the shrine in the abbey where Henry, with little choice in the matter, swore them as his liege men. York then ordered an end to the fighting in the name of the king. Henry was returned to London the next day, and on the 24th, paraded through the streets with York, Salisbury, and Warwick by his side. On the 25th, in St. Paul's Cathedral, York himself would hand Henry his crown. Henry would grant pardons to almost all who had fought alongside York in the July session of Parliament. York would briefly serve as Protector of the Realm again from the 19th of November. Although it has not been definitively proven, there is some suggestion that Henry was suffering from ill health at the time and was unable to attend Parliament or rule in his own right. However, York resigned the position in late February 1456, given the lack of support he received for another act of resumption that was put through Parliament, and his authority would continue to wane throughout the year. At the same time, Queen Margaret would strengthen her position, replacing some of York's men with her own in offices of stature. The court moved to Coventry with Henry in August, where he was joined by Margaret and their son in September, but by this time he presented a somewhat feeble image. During this time, Margaret's influence would grow not only with the king, but within her appointments of men loyal to her within government and on her son's council. For now, an uneasy peace held between the Yorkists and Royalists, and Henry would march at the centre of the Loveday procession in London in March 1458, an act designed to reconcile the two sides. But when Warwick fled back to Calais after violence broke out between his men and the king's household after being summoned to a council, the situation began to deteriorate once again throughout 1459. Hostilities began anew on the 23rd of September, 1459, with the Battle of Blore Heath. the First Battle of the Wars of the Roses, where the Lancastrians were to intercept Salisbury's force. The Lancastrian forces were routed, but Salisbury's force was much depleted by the time he met with York and Warwick. The Yorkists made one last appeal to Henry by letter, to which he replied he would offer York, Warwick, and their men a pardon, excluding Salisbury, but only if they surrendered within 6 days. The two armies once again faced one another in the field at Ludford Bridge on the 12th of October, and despite rumours spread by the Yorkists that Henry was dead, he and Margaret accompanied their forces. Opening shots were fired by Yorkist artillery, but battle wasn't joined, and later that night a large number of men defected to Henry. Following this and sensing defeat, York, Salisbury and Warwick fled, leaving their men where they stood, unaware that their commanders had deserted them. York and his second son, Edmund, fled to Ireland, leaving his wife and 2 younger sons behind, while Salisbury, Warwick and York's eldest son, Edward, went to Calais. The next morning, leaderless, the Yorkist forces surrendered, with most receiving pardons. Queen Margaret now stepped to the fore in punishing the Crown's enemies, attainting York and his associates, and giving some of their confiscated possessions to trusted men of the Crown, including Owen Tudor and his surviving son Jasper. But all attempts to dispose of the leading Yorkists failed, and on the 26th of June 1460, Warwick and his men landed at Sandwich, reaching London by the 2nd of July. On the 10th of July, with the King and Queen in attendance, the two sides faced one another outside Northampton. Already lacking in strength, part of the King's force defected to the Yorkists, causing many of the remaining soldiers to desert. Orders were issued that the King should not be harmed, and he was soon taken captive, while many of his lords were slain. Henry returned to London as a prisoner of Warwick, and Margaret fled, first to Wales before making her way to Scotland. In October, York returned to stake his claim for the crown by right of descent. There was much debate in Parliament, where Henry was not in attendance, and finally, it was agreed that York would be named heir to the throne in place of Henry's son. On the 31st of October, 1460, York and his son Edmund were killed outside Sandal Castle, near Wakefield, on the 30th of December, 1460, in pursuit of Queen Margaret, who still vehemently opposed them and had gathered an army to deal with the Yorkists. Salisbury's son would also die in the battle, while Salisbury himself was captured and beheaded the following day. Their heads were then put on display on the gates of the city of York. Margaret joined the army in January 1461, and they began advancing south. Warwick, taking Henry with him, went north with his force, and once again the two armies met in St. Albans on the 17th of February. The Lancastrians won the day, and Henry was recovered from the Yorkists to be reunited with his family. He was overjoyed at his release and knighted his son. Warwick had fled the field and was met on the road by York's elder son Edward, making his way to London from his own victory against Jasper Tudor at Mortimer's Cross, Herefordshire. At the same time, the Lancastrian court was also making its way to London and would arrive first. Arrangements were made with the mayor for them to enter the city, but when they approached Cripplegate on the 22nd of February, the citizens of London barred the gates against them. In contrast, Edward was welcomed into the city on the 27th of February, cutting a much more striking and royal figure than Henry. In the following days, Henry was denounced as unfit to rule, and Edward IV assumed the crown on the 4th of March, 1461. The Battle of Towton would follow at the end of March, but Henry, Margaret, and Edward were not present, having already travelled north to York. They then found refuge in Scotland, where plans were made to reclaim the kingdom. Henry still had supporters, and many would join him in Scotland, where they raided over the border a number of times. Margaret travelled to France to negotiate with the new king, Louis V. An agreement was struck in 1462, and she returned to Scotland, but it was countered by the sealing of a truce between England and France in mid-1463. A truce was then concluded with Scotland in December 1463, which ended their refuge in the country. The Lancastrians were forced back into northern England, where they kept up resistance and would fight a number of battles, but were ultimately defeated. At this point, Henry seemed to be little more than a figurehead and stayed away from the battles. Following the defeat, he went on the run, seeking shelter from his sympathizers, but was eventually caught by a group of men in Lancashire on the 13th of July 1465 and was taken back to the Tower. By the time Henry was captured, Margaret had been in France for 2 years with her son, still seeking aid for their cause. Warwick made his way to France in 1470 after a failed uprising against Edward IV. Relations between the two had broken down, and now, with aid from Louis XV, Margaret and Warwick were reconciled. Warwick agreed to betroth his daughter to Henry's son, Prince Edward of Westminster, and they married in December 1470. By this time, Edward was already the opposite of his father with his martial nature. Warwick invaded England in the autumn of 1470, and Edward IV fled, having been deserted by many of his supporters. On the 3rd of October 1470, Henry was once again proclaimed king, but took no hand in ruling, and was said to be extremely passive for the few short months he sat on the throne. Edward IV invaded England with a small army in March 1471 and gathered support as he marched south. With Margaret and her forces still in France, it was left to Warwick to throw back the invasion, a task at which he utterly failed, preferring instead to wait within the walls of his castle in Coventry to be reinforced. Edward IV marched on London. Henry was paraded through the streets to give heart to people at the news of the invading force, but it was said to have much the opposite effect, and Edward entered the city on the 11th of April 1471. Henry was immediately taken into custody and returned to the Tower. Margaret, Prince Edward, and their forces landed just 3 days later on the 14th, but their advance north was halted by Edward IV at the Battle of Tewkesbury on the 4th of May. Prince Edward was killed during the battle, and Margaret was taken prisoner. Henry, still in the Tower, was killed on the 21st of May 1471, likely on the orders of Edward IV, though not by his own hand. History has often looked on Henry VI as mad, empty-headed, or an imbecile, a reluctant ruler who was not fit to hold the crown. But powerful influences acting on him from birth led to a dependency in life that would never leave him. In the wake of his father's death, he had no kingly example from which to learn and form the basis of his own rule, nor experience of growing up in court in any other position than king. Some historians have even suggested that Henry was merely a puppet through which others ruled. There is no evidence that Henry was frail or simple-minded, nor that he suffered any unusual ill health in his younger years. He was noted to be calm in his temperament and overtly pious. He was of a generous nature, but such was his generosity that it was detrimental to himself in a time when finances throughout the realm were stretched by war and an economic slump. This generosity also highlights the confusion he seems to have borne in matters pertaining to governance when he frequently duplicated grants. He was well-intentioned and took interest in some aspects of his rule, but seems not to have had the necessary political and diplomatic acumen that a king of the time required. Henry certainly cannot be said to have inherited his father and grandfather's militaristic tendencies, but was merciful and compassionate to a fault, issuing many pardons over the years, some of which were certainly undeserved and went against the advice of his council. His dependency on those around him, especially his wife, in the later years of his reign, would intensify as he became increasingly withdrawn and possibly disillusioned with his role. This would result in much strife over many years, and highlights that, despite his best intentions, his inattention and lack of interest in many matters made his rule, for the most part, ineffectual. What do you think of King Henry VI? Was he an ineffectual king who was unfit for the role, or was he a kind-natured king and a victim of circumstance?